Alrighty. I think that we are live. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my series ranking every game I played in a given year. I'll also be splicing in my own game awards for the year in between entries as well. As always, none of these games are from the current year, but not everything is strictly retro either. Part 1 of this video, along with the previous year's videos, will be linked in the description and pinned comment after the stream, so don't go looking for them now. There are chapters down below if you're looking for something specific, and all of this is my personal opinion. Duh. With the disclaimers out of the way, for part 2 of this year, I'm going to be trying something a bit different, and we'll see if it catches on. I was going to do a fully edited video like part 1, but I got really sick the week that I was planning to do voiceover and couldn't finish it. So what we're going to do instead is I'll just be reading off my script in real time and be able to interact with you guys at the same time while trying to add in any visuals or whatnot on the fly. So hopefully this will be the best of both worlds, and I can do this in the future because it would save me a lot of time editing the ranking videos that would be better used elsewhere. If not, though, hopefully it's still watchable. So with that, let's get started. What's up, Steven? How are you? How goes it? Our first game on the list is Castlevania III Dracula's Curse / Akumajou Densetsu for both the NES and Famicom. I played both versions. So, if the audio is ever mixed poorly, I'm sorry. I'll try to fix it on the fly. Please let me know, though. Alright, I could go the easy route with this one and say that Castlevania III is everything I could have ever wanted out of a sequel and more. It retains what made the original great while adding in more depth and scope. There are way more levels, more story, better visuals, stellar music, 4 playable characters that are all useful. It's still hard as hell, but almost never unfair aside from those goddamn crows. It uses its new enemies in interesting ways and adds in a huge array of environmental hazards to deepen the level design. I know I still have a lot. I know I still have a lot of games to play, but as far as combat platformers go, the gameplay of Castlevania III is so damn good that I'm honestly kind of depressed that I'll probably never get to play a game this well designed ever again. Because the truth is, they just don't make them like this anymore. It's always happy to see the yearly reviews. I'm glad. I'm always happy to do them. It's good to get my thoughts in order, certainly. It's frankly unbelievable that this game even came out on the humble NES. It feels far more like a Genesis title, but the experience itself is timeless. If I had to pick something, I'd say... if I had to pick at something, I'd say the ability for certain enemies to drop sub-weapons is a bit busted and adds some unwanted RNG into the game, especially because it takes away your sub-weapon rank, which is fucking stupid. Also, the crows are just way too RNG. Especially combined with the levels, they can really screw you over through no fault of your own. Really though, the biggest issue is that you can't grab the orb in the air, so the game's basically unplayable. Seriously though, Castlevania III is a design tour de force. Go play it, preferably the Famicom version because it has a better difficulty curve, better quality music, and isn't censored. I'm sure you'll have a great time. S tier. Bam. There it is. However, I don't like taking the easy route. So instead, let's talk about what makes Classicvania so compelling. Back in 2022, Castlevania on NES taught me how fun a game can be when you have a well-designed challenge, but how do you design a challenge well? How do you even make a game in the first place? You have to have restrictions. There have to be rules. Without rules, you don't have a game. You just have an activity, a time sink. And that's what so many modern games have become. Playing Castlevania 1's true sequel this year, along with playing the Splatterhouse and NES Ninja Gaiden games, made that lesson really start to sink in even more than it ever has. If you were just allowed to go anywhere and do anything, then you essentially have God mode. And God mode isn't very fun after a few minutes, because nothing can challenge you. You know what really isn't fun, though? Trying to fight a god. Because to restrain a god, the only challenge that one can put forth is, well, another god. But let me bring it back down to earth for a second here. In order for a player to achieve flow state, what needs to happen? The difficulty of the challenge has to match your abilities. If the challenge is too low, you're bored. If it's too high, you find the game unfair and bullshit. And it may very well be. But it's not just your abilities as a player that are being taken into account here. It's also how limited your self-expression is via the abilities of the player character. And this is what is crucially missing from modern games. In most modern action titles, the rule of thumb seems to be the more powerful you can make the player character, the better. But what do we need to do to compensate for that? We have to up the challenge. We can do that through two means. First is the environment. This doesn't really work well in 3D games. In order to be effective, you end up having to constrain the environment so much that it might as well be a 2D game for all the difference it makes. Take Dark Souls, for example. Aside from the bosses that you must defeat, the enemies aren't powerful enough to constrain the player at all because, with few exceptions, you're way faster than they are, so sprinting past enemies becomes the dominant strategy. In order for these weak enemies to restrict the player, the environmental constraints have to be taken to an absurd degree for you to actually need to deal with the enemies. A really good example of this is Anor Londo, where you have the rafters in the chapel of the painting of Ariamis. You have this teeny tiny little walkway that you have to go on, and that's the only way that they can keep the player from just running past all the enemies. And even still, the AI is not really that great, so you can mostly just run past them anyway if you've seen speedrunners play through that area. So they have to constrain it even more. Later on in Anor Londo, you have the Black Knights that are guarding the rafters, the buttresses into Anor Londo, and like you have to be on this teeny tiny little platform that they take up the whole of, and it's completely linear. It's literally a straight line. So what is the difference between that and 2D? Basically nothing. Hey random person, how are you? Welcome on in, sir. Let me see here. Players also tend to find upping the environmental challenge frustrating due to a lack of depth perception, which is why 3D platformers have relaxed into the collectathon genre, whereas 2D platformers have been able to push the level of challenge higher and higher to absurd ends. Think, Celeste Chapter 9, Super Meat Boy, Kaizo levels, that type of thing. How do we fix depth perception? Well, you can't. Best we can do is make the game first person, but even then, players still can't get a handle on first-person platforming and complain about it endlessly. Probably because they've never actually jumped in real life, but also because even in VR, it's still nearly impossible to emulate an actual human FOV. In addition, making the game first-person removes situational awareness, and will baby gamers haven't learned objects permanence yet.
An ocarina, oops!
Basically, constraining the environment to any significant degree only works in 2D, not in 3D, because it's just too much to think about. There's too much to remember, too much to interpolate, and all while you're trying to fight enemies at the same time, people just can't do it. Well, they could, but they don't want to learn. So what does that leave us with? The enemies. We have to make the enemies more powerful to keep up with the player character. Okay, so we can again do that two ways. We can have more enemies, but that quickly gets overwhelming, which isn't all that fun because it's too physically and mentally taxing.
Just inch. Just keep inching.
This is stupid. Nope. Oh my god, I hate this.
This is Contra 3, by the way.
You're triumphing?
No, it feels very hard and stupid.
Oh, but it's not stupid. It's just hard.
So what do most modern games do? I'm distracted by this gameplay, no problem. They are absolutely murdering it. Murdering this incredibly difficult game. Let me just check. Okay, the audio is pretty good. I will be having to pause a lot because I am recovering from a sickness. It's a sickness, you see! So what do most modern games do? They make the enemies more powerful to keep up with the player character, until eventually we have Millennia. And not many people find that very fun either, because she just feels completely impossible from the get-go. You see what we keep doing here? When we ignore one or more of the three pillars of action game design, or take one of those pillars to its extreme, we are pigeonholing the design of the game, making it unfun in the process, and all at the cost of a more balanced and engaging gameplay loop. On top of that, if you keep making the player character and the enemies more powerful, now what's going to get left behind? The player. The player can't keep up anymore, and now the player has become the limiting factor, the bottleneck. Konnichiwa, Sahil. How are you? Welcome on in, sir. I like the Robo version of Contra 3 more, the EU version. Konnichiwa? Let's see, that's not quite perfect hiragana. You forgot your little 2 for the pause in there. You'll get it. You'll learn it. Let's see, where was I? The player becomes the bottleneck. The inevitable conclusion of this is pretty obvious. We keep giving the players more and more power because that's what they say they want, then we keep making the enemies stronger and stronger in order to compensate. And suddenly we're fighting all the same enemies because the enemies are all designed around the immutable limitations of human anatomy and reaction time. We're fighting them with the same overpowered toolsets of blocks, parries, stun locks, rolls, CC, backsteps, jumps, and omnidirectional movement. We're fighting them in boring, flat, parking lot-esque combat arenas, and suddenly every game starts to feel the same. Oh my god, the best example I can think of that off of a parking lot arena that I can think of off the top of my head is the tiger boss, not the anthropomorphic tiger boss in Wukong. Literal parking lot with some water in it. I was just listening to Aggro the Gaming Chat GPT. Thank you. Hey, I'm trying to keep my voice non-monotonous, but you know, I'm an introvert. Let me see here. Every game starts to feel the same. What can we do to fix this? Well, how did we get here in the first place? Lack of restraints on the player character. This is what makes Castlevania III so damn brilliant. Your player character is supremely weak compared to other games. You can only whip to the sides, but that generally means that enemies in turn only come at you from the sides, except for the goddamn crows. When you only have to worry about your front, back, and very occasionally up and down, you've taken some of the mental and mechanical strain off of the player, and then you can use that extra bandwidth on the level design. How long is the script that you're reading? 39 pages. We're gonna be here for a minute, boys. This is the longest script I've ever written, so. Granted, about 16 of that is Dark Souls 3, so. Hopefully you like hearing about Dark Souls 3. I'm waiting for the book. Maybe. One of these days. Here's another example. In Castlevania, or in Classicvania, your jump arc is predetermined. You can't alter it, and once you land, there's a small bit of time where you can't move or swing your whip. So you have to run a bunch of calculations in your head every time you want to jump. When did the last enemy spawn? Will I have time to make this jump safely? Will I have to whip during the jump or throw an axe maybe? Okay, I gotta time that out then. What about once I land? Are there gonna be any immediate threats? This mental math happens with every single interaction. There's a Medusa head coming at me. Do I whip it, walk through it, jump over it? Gotta decide now. There's a mummy on my ass, a slime above me, and the stage is falling apart. When the game wants to, it has an even greater restriction that it can put on you with the stairs. Or ground that breaks away, gears, acid, quicksand, water, clock pendulums, insta-kill spikes, stalactites, etc. These are all challenges that would be impossible in modern games because we keep making the player characters more and more powerful. What anime am I watching? Nothing at the moment. Alright, I will try to highlight and keep my place so I don't go for a minute. This is the most important thing that I can impart. Having things like knockback that they took out of the later games doesn't make the game unfair. It just adds another level of decision making for the player to calculate. And yeah, the whip can only go sideways, but the game isn't just the whip. You have jumping, crouching, sub-weapons, and other characters to make up for that weakness. And if I could whip in all 8 directions, then none of those things would have any reason to be in the game, just like we see in Super Castlevania IV. The controls of Castlevania 1 and 3 are not broken, they're not clunky, they are intentionally handicapped so that the designers can provide a more holistic experience. In game design, everything feeds back into itself and everything is interconnected. If you take one element to its extreme or ignore another element, then the whole thing falls apart. And that's what modern action devs don't get. When devs have the restraint to not give the player character every tool under the sun, you can create so many different permutations of gameplay loops. But as it stands, devs remain afraid to restrict the player or their environment, which will always result in the same monotonous roll slop against obnoxious enemies that we've seen for years now. Classicvania takes a breather and says, okay, we're going to dial the mechanical challenge way back by slowing everything down. Not too much, just a bit, but slow it down, player character and enemies included. And then in turn, we can ramp that challenge back up with level design. And it's a different type of challenge. It's split-second decision-making rather than just pressing a button quickly enough. Also, instead of making super powerful enemies, we can combine our simple enemies together with said level design to create so many varied challenges that it's downright absurd. It's reactive and proactive problems working in harmony. That is the very definition of action-adventure. What makes Castlevania 1 and especially 3 so compelling is that the decisions per minute that the player has to make are in the stratosphere. If action games were to take a page out of Castlevania 3's book and focus just a bit more on not just mechanically challenging the player, but challenging them mentally as well, then I think we'll refine what made Dark Souls such a revelatory experience in the first place, and unlock a harmony of game design that we haven't yet seen in the 3D era. Also, I'd personally appreciate it because, well, I need more help to be mentally challenged than most gamers. That came out wrong. Moving on. And the award for Best Art Direction goes to...
Every time you fire, it feels...
That's the wrong clip. The award for Best Art Direction goes to Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls has the best fall damage. I'm going to get to Shampoo eventually, don't worry. I'm going to get there. It is on the list. I've just been very busy the last few weeks and very sick. Absolute cinema. All right. Just taking it out of my voice quicker than I thought it would. Just get healthy. That's true. That's true. Just get good, get got. Get good or get got. Our next game is Cuphead. And we're gonna watch someone actually good play it. I was alright at it. Oh god. Seeing that tutorial just reminds me of Dean Takahashi. Oh god. What a character, what a guy. The most OP rapier in any video game? That's true. I don't know of a more OP rapier. The tutorial's very hard. Yeah, absolutely. Will you play Cuphead? Yeah, that's what, I did. What we're doing right now is we're ranking Cuphead. All right. That might be a bit loud. Let's see. No, that's okay. Wait. All right. I forgot to say I played Cuphead on PC, but with a controller. Double jumps are hard for IGN reviewers. They are. Where to start with Cuphead? I guess I should first and foremost say that I don't hate it, but I didn't enjoy much of it either. It's okay for what it is. It runs and plays well, the visuals are obviously great, the music is charming, but I think it has a lot of problems in its design, and it starts right away. The default control scheme on controller is terrible. Make sure to remap your dash to something you can actually reach. The weapon balance is off, the chaser is way too strong, and the charged-up laser is too weak. There are probably others, but those are the ones I notice. A lot of the enemies in the run-and-gun stages also have iffy hitboxes that make shooting them obnoxious. The game sorely needs a colorblind assist. For someone like me that can't tell pink from red and blue, it made it near impossible to parry. Granted, you don't even need a colorblind mode, though. Just having better visual design would have done it, because I think even normal-sighted people would still have trouble knowing what's parryable or not. Metal Gear's the best game? Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not ranking Metal Gear, but it would be S tier. The lack of online play is a huge negative as well. That is all peanuts, though. What really got my goat was how consistently poor the boss design is. The first-time player traps are utterly copious, and the game's idea of difficulty is oftentimes just not letting you see. There's also just way too much RNG in the design, since you have the boss patterns, but then you have the stage hazards on top of that, which often force you into unavoidable damage unless you're using the dash with iframes, which I tried not to because, frankly, it's way too powerful otherwise. With the exception of one, Dr. Cowles, if I'm being generous, but his phase 2 was embarrassingly bad, all of the shmup levels are a snorefest. I think outside of Dr. Call and Calamaria, I beat all the shmup levels on the first try without having to try very hard. I mean, come on, guys, you didn't have to take everything from Gunstar Heroes, including the boring shmup stage. The bosses also have a lot of individual issues that frankly should have been ironed out in playtesting rather quickly if they're this noticeable on a single playthrough. There's a pretty blatant exploit on the Phantom Express boss that should have been found. The second phase lasers can't hit you on their own side if you hug the edge of the screen. King Dice's cards don't run fast enough, making you run into his hand unavoidably depending on the pattern. When Sally's stage play transitions from the third to fourth phase, you'll often get hit unavoidably by a wave dude that still comes at you. Great design, guys. Phase 3 Calamaria, like, what the fuck is wrong with you, devs? Truly taking RNG trash to a whole different level. You literally have to get frozen, so depending on where you are on the screen when it happens, you're just going to get hit no matter what. Carnation can also force you into unavoidable hits with his vines depending on the pattern. For Phase 3 Grim Matchstick, if you don't get above the flamethrower, you're screwed, but then if you don't have the lobber or chaser, then you're just sitting there doing nothing. Essentially, there's almost no good damage opportunities for that phase aside from very specific setups, which would be fine, except that you have to buy your different power-up cards for no reason at all, which is obviously hampering the boss design. Some bosses are also just egregiously crappy, like Mangosteen, Mr. Wheezy, Mr. Chimes, Pippin Dot, Fearlap. And Fearlap. Just because you want to rip off the board game from Gunstar Heroes doesn't give you carte blanche to put all your garbage rejected bosses back into the game. Honestly, I could go on for a while longer. Almost every boss has issues in their design. Gun to my head, the best bosses were probably the Devil, Werner Vermin, and Brinybeard. They at least provided a bit of challenge without being cheap. I'd say this game is good enough, but could use a lot of improvement. Levels either oscillate between very boring or very difficult, with little in between, and certainly no curve to it. That said, most of that difficulty comes from bad design or cheap tricks, without a lot of substantive challenge or fun to be found. Clearly, inspiration was taken from Gunstar Heroes. If not for the parry mechanic, you could almost call it a bad ripoff, but I think the devs should go back, play that game again, and remember why it was good. Also, maybe hire someone with actual game design chops. Then they can make a much better follow-up. For reference, I played on regular and my total playtime was 6.5 hours. I'll give Cuphead a B for now. I haven't played the DLC yet, but hopefully that's a fair bit better. Don't get why Cuphead can shoot from his finger gun and why he is a Cuphead? I don't know. Truly, I do not know. I don't think it matters terribly. But, oh, sorry, real quick. We are giving Cuphead a B. And we're moving on. Unfortunately, there is no... Oh, wait, can I just... Oh, that's so nice. Okay. I was getting distracted by the stream changing and thinking there was a new message in chat. That will help a lot. The award for Best Audio Design goes to Black.
Every time you fire, it feels like your face is going to melt off Raider style, only to then be followed up by a series of explosions, crashing glass, and crumbling rubble that drives home the power you've just unleashed.
Black has the best reload animations, that's how I know about this game. It has the best sound design as well. I should have included that clip in there, but I said in my review in part 1 that it has the best sound design that I've ever heard in an FPS. So you can tell Criterion made it, that's for sure. Forced to not be drank from. Yeah, I don't know why they did the whole cup thing. It doesn't really have any relevance to the game, but whatever. All right. Perhaps, mayhaps, you gentlemen have heard of a game called Dark Souls. Hopefully that is the case. Let's just stick it a bit more forward there. All right. The GOAT. Absolutely. What am I supposed to say, man? It's Dark Souls. This is probably the most thoroughly discussed game in history. What could there even be left to talk about? And yet there's so damn much to talk about. For hours, I could rattle on about the world, the enemies, the balance, the pitfalls, the lore and themes. I could talk about my favorite bosses like Bell Gargoyles and Kellogg, or the bosses I hated like Fire Sage and Ceaseless. Turn up the music just a touch for you guys. I could shit on, I could defend bosses like Bed of Chaos and Centipede. I could shit on bosses like Artorias and Ornstein and Smo. I could talk about my favorite areas like Sen's Fortress and the Painted World, or my least favorite areas like Tomb of the Giants and the Valley of Drakes. I could try and convince you that basilisks aren't that bad, you just suck, and that skeleton beasts really are that bad actually, they should have been taken out of the game. But I don't have all day, and neither do you. So I just want to clear up what I think is the biggest misconception about this game, series, and subgenre, really. And the biggest reason why it's become so controversial. Here it is. It's not all that hard. Anyone who has actually played these games will probably tell you the same thing. It's not a Danmaku, it's not Contra Hardcore, and it's not Ninja Gaiden Black on Master Ninja. You don't need 250 plus APM like July. You don't have to hit pinpoint flick shots across the entire screen that take years of practice to perfect, like Simple or me. It's just an action RPG. It's punishing, sure, but it isn't a physically demanding game. It doesn't take a whole lot of gamer skill to get good at Dark Souls. Combat is slow-paced. It's based around timing and prediction, not raw mechanical output. This slow pace is what makes the game so brilliant. It's accessible to just about anybody. Anyone who can work a controller and react to what's going on in the game can beat Dark Souls, and that's not true of most games that are actually difficult. If you go in with the mindset that every challenge can be overcome, if you're willing to think laterally, persevere a little bit, and most importantly, learn from your mistakes, then even people who have literally never played a video game before can finish Dark Souls, because that's just how it was designed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Giga Dad. So if you were on the fence about playing Dark Souls because you thought it was this uber hardcore game that only absurdly skilled gamers can play, trust me, it's not. Anyone can play this game, even games journalists. The only way to lose at Dark Souls is to give up. To everyone who has ever quit this game and then complained that it was too hard, which included me, by the way, when I first gave it a go back in 2012, this is my message to you. You didn't even try. Plain and simple. It's okay to admit it. Again, I was in your boat, but you need to admit to yourself that you didn't even try. It's not a hard game, and there are plenty of ways that you can make it easier, but you never found them because you died 6 times in the first area and then gave up. Sorry, the truth hurts. So allow me to add my voice to the chorus and say, if you somehow haven't played Dark Souls yet, or if you gave up on it beforehand, give it a try. It's a super fun game. S tier. The giant rat is so cute. Dex's easy mode? It depends on the game, certainly. It certainly depends on the game. Strength is easy mode in Dark Souls 1 because you have functioning armor and poise, which is not true of any of the other Souls games. Yeah, you can pet him. You can get on top of his head and give him some good pets. That said, I think this is a really good time to bring up any series-wide problems that I have with the Souls games, including Demon's Souls. And there are a couple. Firstly, the scaling is widely variable even within the same letter grade. For those unaware, weapons in Souls games oftentimes scale with a certain stat, meaning that they'll get far better the more you upgrade a stat above and beyond the minimum requirements to use a weapon. The amount of scaling is denoted by a letter grade, those being either no letter grade, meaning 0 scaling, or E, D, C, B, A, and finally S tier scaling being the best. The problem with this is that, for example, what B tier scaling actually means can be widely variable. Let's take a look at a few comparisons to drive home the point. Daggers, such as the, dagger and the bandit's knife, have a B tier dex scaling of 85%, while thrusting swords like the Estoc and Mailbreaker have B tier dex scaling, but it's only 70%. This makes said thrusting swords significantly weaker when going for a scaling build. And let me remind you that these percentages are information that is displayed nowhere in-game. You have to dive into the wikis for this, which is especially disappointing because it's so very rarely the case in these games. Well, okay, so you have to look up the actual scaling percentages for different weapon types. What's the big deal? Oh, you ignorant fool. We haven't even gotten started. Let's look at curved swords next. Curved swords, like the falchion and scimitar, both have A tier dex scaling of 85%. Okay, so far so good. Then we look at Kellogg's Fury Sword, 94%. What the hell? Okay, so do boss soul weapons just have better scaling? It seems so. Granted, that's not the most egregious disparity in the world, but it's still certainly notable. This isn't even close to the worst example, though. All of the spears in the game have B tier dex scaling equating to either 70 or 72%. Okay, so negligible difference at least. But then what about the Dragon Slayer spear? 100%. Same weapon class, same scaling rank, 30% disparity. Hopefully by now you can see why this is such a big issue. But just to really drive it home, the Dragon Slayer spear's B tier dex scaling is better than nearly every A tier dex scaling in the game, Not just better, it's better by 15%. So the next time you're helping a new player through their first Souls game and they ask what that little letter beside some of the weapons means, the only rational response is, good fucking question, Timmy! What does that little S there mean? Well, it could either be 120% or 165. We're not even done yet, though, because boss weapons don't necessarily have better scaling than their non-boss counterparts. In fact, they can have even worse scaling, as the Greatsword of Artorias and Abyss Greatsword both have C-tier strength scaling that's up to 5% worse than other non-boss soul Greatswords with C-tier strength scaling. Of course, this doesn't hold true for the Cursed Greatsword of Artorias, which has the same C-tier strength scaling percentage as the best non-boss soul Greatswords. This is a fun topic, guys. Okay, so scaling is fucked for boss soul weapons, but at least weapons within the same category and scaling tier have roughly the same amount of scaling, right? Both curved swords. Neither are boss weapons.
Why?
Can you see now why someone might find this slightly maddening? FromSoft, just pick a percentage for each letter and stick with it across every weapon for the love of God. It's cool that you can pet the rats, but it's more efficient to not do it with the sword. You get more pets that way, that's true. Yeah. If you just go barehanded. It's a good point. Okay, another consistent problem that I'm not sure if it's an issue with their engine or what's going on, but certain actions will not buffer pretty much at all in these games, which creates a huge disconnect when most actions do buffer significantly. I've noticed this the most when trying to go from an attack or a roll to using an item. If I buffer the item use during or even near the end of the roll, it just won't take. I have to wait for the roll to fully complete and then use the item. The same thing happens with switching from one-handed to two-handed or vice versa. This is off-putting because the rest of the game doesn't work this way, and can often lead to me spamming the button just trying to get a heal off, resulting in a double heal. There are also times where certain actions buffer way too much, like get staggered right after pressing the Estus button. Getting staggered right after pressing the Estus button still makes you use your Estus when you get back up.
Another? Oh god, he takes like 4 steps forward with that. Okay. That's good. I had that buffered from 8 years ago! Please stop. Let me be.
Yeah. It's annoying. What do you mean with buffer? So, when you press a button in the Souls games, it doesn't go off immediately. It gets put into like a queue. So whatever action that you're doing, you can press another button and it'll do that afterwards. So like, let's say I swing with my weapon, and while I'm still swinging with my weapon, I can press the heal button, and it'll heal after I'm done swinging, and I can't affect that at all. I can't like cancel that or anything. It'll still always go off. But as I was saying, it only does it with certain actions, and it's kind of inconsistent about when it does it. So it's a bit obnoxious. Yeah, so like right there, in that Dark Souls 3 clip, I was healing, or I pressed the heal button before I even got hit by that big downward smash. And then my character, like 3 seconds later, gets up and then heals outside of my control. I also don't really like passive blocking at all. I'm not sure if there's an official term for it, but passive blocking is when you can attack while still holding up your block. Most notably with spears, but also with some seemingly random weapons like halberds and thrusting attacks on swords. Sometimes even shield bashes, which, tell me how that makes sense. This entire mechanic is both poorly communicated and not very well balanced. There's no strong visual indicator for when passive blocking is active. It often just looks like a regular attack, which leads to the player being punished for attacking with no possible recourse aside from experience, i.e. dying to it beforehand. I'm gonna have to start chomping down Ricolas. It's also poorly balanced in that it makes spears and tank builds unbelievably strong. With how fast a spear attacks, there's no chance of rolling behind an enemy's shield before they can recover from a missed attack, meaning that the only way to break their guard is either through parrying, again made very difficult because of the speed and angle of the attack, i.e. thrusting toward you, or by breaking through their stamina, which is usually impossible because shields are so strong that even with the heaviest weapons in the game, or with kicking, you're still going to run out of stamina before they do. You'd know how broken this build is if you'd ever fought Alfred, Knight of the Tower in Demon's Souls. You basically can't do anything to him. You literally have to parry him. Now imagine if he actually had good AI. The devs tried to counter spears being too strong in a couple ways, both by making them do relatively little damage, and also making thrust one of the worst damage types due to the prevalence of armored enemies and skeletons. But in PvE, and especially PvP, this just isn't enough. Spears already have the advantage of superior range and a quick attack. Plus there are some, like the Partisan, that still have wide sweeping attacks, so they don't even lose the advantage of crowd control. Are spears overpowered because of this? Aside from a couple blatantly broken enemies in Demon's Souls, no, I don't think so. They're just incredibly fucking annoying. Whenever I see a spear enemy in these games, I let out an audible sigh because I know I'm going to get cheated into some damage one way or another. Especially when they're unparryable like the giant sentinels in DS1, it just makes them so obnoxious to fight when your attacks are constantly bouncing off their shields for no good reason. Spears are good enough without passive blocking. It's just an aggravating mechanic that has no reason to exist outside of realism. Speaking of annoying mechanics, Hyper Armor. Hyper Armor is the drastically increased poise, if not outright unstaggerability, that enemies receive whilst attacking. This has literally no reason to exist, and only serves to make the player take unavoidable RNG hits, just because they decided to attack at the same time as an enemy. Why did you do this, Michael Zaki? This is terrible. Granted, this is quite rarely a problem in the first 3 Souls games, but as we'll discuss, in Dark Souls 3, it utterly obliterates the combat system. Finally, this isn't necessarily a problem with the design of the games, but it's just something interesting I've noticed. These games all have an inverse difficulty curve. Disregarding the large spikes in the DLC, which is to be expected, the games are all challenging at the start, and then they slowly decrease in difficulty as the game goes on, to the point where the vast majority of my deaths in these games will occur during the first third to half of the game. And once you reach the breakpoint where your build is pretty firmly established, say after your first Archdemon, after your third Old One, and after Farron Keep, you're pretty much coasting for the rest of the game. This takes a bit longer in DS1 until after Ornstein and Smo, but the trend is definitely still there. The effect that this has is that it makes your first 10 or so hours of the game feel like this arduous uphill battle where you're barely surviving. But then you kind of hit a point where you're just okay, and it's not as challenging anymore. You know how the game works, you know how the design of the levels and the enemies work, and you have a lot more tools, previous knowledge, legacy skill, and crucially, level ups and build progression to pull from. It makes the journey very daunting at first, but then as you progress, you slowly build up your confidence and skill. Then in turn, the game gets easier as a result, but it also becomes easier in its overall difficulty balancing. We've been in the depths for long enough, huh? That's something I should be doing as well. Skipping around a little bit, sorry about that. And okay. Sorry, I had this on top messages this entire time. Damn phone. Sorry if I missed anybody's message. Feel free to post it again. The game beats you down in the beginning, but beginning is the hard part. Once you get into that groove, everything just kind of falls into place. And I think that's a very cool design choice that thematically reinforces the messaging of the series as a whole. Finally, let's talk about what version to play. I'm sure I don't have to tell most of you how bad the remaster is, and how badly it destroyed the aesthetics of this game. But if I do, save both of us some time and watch Krobycat's video on it. You can get the Prepare to Die edition running fairly well through mods, but frankly it's a pretty big pain in the ass, especially if you want to play online. There is another option, however. The Switch version of the game, for whatever reason, retains the original graphics, but also has the gameplay improvements of Remastered. Not to mention it still has a decently sized player base. This version does also have its downsides though. It does still run at 30 FPS, but it's a stable 30, which as far as I'm concerned is perfectly adequate for Dark Souls 1. However, the primary sticking point is that the audio is noticeably compressed in this version as well. I'll link Digital Foundry's video in the description if you want more info on each version. Finally, there's the option of running the Prepare to Die edition through back compat on the Xbox One or Series. The Prepare to Die edition only got released physically in Europe and maybe Japan. Granted, you can get the Japanese version. It still has English audio, but all the item descriptions are going to be in Japanese, so that's not very helpful. But you can get an English version from the EU. However, it will not run on the 360. You have to run it on the Xbox One or Series. But through that version, you get the original game running at a stable 30 FPS, but without the compression of the Switch version. Though you are missing out on the appreciated gameplay updates that Remastered received. Essentially, similar to Final Fantasy VI, there's no perfect version of the game, unfortunately. For me, Prepare to Die with mods, or Prepare to Die on back compat is about as close as you can get, and that's what I'd recommend. But if you don't care about the vast graphical downgrades of Remastered, or just need to have that sweet 60 FPS, then that version is perfectly playable, but I really do think that you should play some form of Prepare to Die edition at least once in your life, to see how the game was actually supposed to look, and not the Toy Story tripe that we got with Remastered. That is the end of the Dark Souls 1 review. Oh god. I might have to split this into 2 parts. I'm not going to be able to speak tomorrow. The remastered version is definitely worse. Oh yes. Absolutely. Yeah, it pretty drastically dumpstered the aesthetics of the game. It had a couple very minor gameplay improvements, like almost nothing even worth mentioning, frankly. But yeah, at some point you should play the Prepare to Die edition to see how the game is actually supposed to look, because Dark Souls 1 is a gorgeous game, absolutely gorgeous. But Remastered destroyed so much of it. It wasn't made by FromSoft, it was made by QLOC, which is a Polish remaster dev. If I'm not mistaken, they also made some of the worst remasters of all time, including the Arkham collection. Hold on a moment. For Christ's sake. Hold on. Make this myself. For Christ's sake. We're getting there. We're getting there. Don't worry. Shit. That's the series. Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Swear to me, mum. B. B, 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 B. Ah, piss. Come on. Just give me a Wikipedia page. Fuck it. Let's go to their website. That's not helpful. Ugh. Don't worry, we'll get them. Moby Games, boys. We got them? Damn it. They make themselves really hard to find, so we don't know how shit of a company they are. Yeah, Moby Games doesn't have the greatest list either. I swear I've seen a really strong list of what they've done before. Damn it. Gaming Wiki? Here we go. Nope, never mind. They've done a lot of garbage, is the point. I think they did Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls as well. Yeah, they've done a lot of crap. Nobody knows we exist, we can't be criticized. Exactly. I think that is their plan. But moving on, the Aggro Award for Best Gameplay, if you can believe it, goes to a little game called Dark Souls 2. All right. Speaking of, Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, which I played on PC. Again, there is... Missing our music here? There it comes. Yep. All right. Again, there is an absurd amount to say about Dark Souls 2 Vanilla and Scholar of the First Sin, in particular because many people have made entire careers off of blatantly lying about and misrepresenting this game to cover up their lack of good faith, player skill, and basic intellect. But that is something that will take many hours to unpack, and this simply isn't the place to do that. So instead, allow me to put that aside, put that whole mess aside for the moment, and talk about what I love and don't love about DS2. Mostly in relation to the first game, since that's what I'm using as a baseline. And we keep losing our hot beats. Thank you. Beaten every Souls game except DS2. I get to No Man's Wharf and get filtered. Shame on me. No Man's Wharf is tough, for sure. It is a tough early game area. Unlike Dark Souls 1, DS2 has a much more forthright and personalized story, while still not skimping on any of the vast lore of the series. It answers the given postmodern narrative of DS1 in a poignant way that is both thematically resonant with the lore of the games and the metatextual narrative of the series within video games and art respectively. This is something I deeply appreciate it for. DS1's lore, with rare exception, is mostly irrelevant to both one's understanding of the plot at hand and also the thematic underpinnings of the game. Let me get on my soapbox for a second here. Lore is not art. Lore is not a story. Lore is context and nothing more. If you cannot weave your lore into a coherent narrative, then it's a pointless waste of time. And for me, that's what a lot of DS1's lore is. By cutting the fat just a bit and focusing a little more on the here and now, DS2 was able to answer the first game's nihilism with its own vague hope, and it was extremely meaningful to me personally. As for the gameplay, it's been tightened up almost across the board. You now have 8-directional rolling while locked on. Jumping was fixed by adding an optional second jump button that works well with the 8-directional movement. There's vastly more build variety, the stats are far more balanced, the hitboxes are more accurate, the amount of grinding for resources has been drastically reduced, and you generally have better level design across the board. It feels like the devs took a look at the best areas of DS1 like the Undead Burg and Parish, Sen's Fortress, Catacombs, the Depths, and Orlando, the first half of Light Town, and said, how can we make every level like that? Visually distinctive, with fun area gimmicks and cool set pieces. How can we combine tight linear design with a firm sense of exploration and discovery on top of it? That's pretty much every level in DS2. Whereas there are a few areas in DS1 that aren't all that fun to me, in particular the Tomb of Giants and Great Hollow, plus parts of Orlando, Duke's Archives, and Lost Izalith, it's hard to think of a single area in DS2 that I don't like. Maybe the Grave of Saints is pretty bare bones, and the Gutter just feels like a bad rehash of Light Town that's way too easy, but even then, that's the only area that truly necessitates the torch, which gives it a unique flair. Outside of that, I can't really think of anything. Dark Souls 2 also has the best build variety in the series. The addition of power stancing plus another magic school, and having the most weapons in the series make every playthrough feel unique. There are still some weak points in the balance, like the Dark Pyromancy Flame being kind of worthless, along with the inability to make a tanky build due to the lack of poise and viable armor. But overall, this game provides the most player expression of any FromSoft game outside of Elden Ring. I think the Estus Flask being changed from an instant heal to an overtime heal is also a really good choice. In Demon's Souls DS1 and DS3, you are allowed by the game to heal at improper times, which doesn't punish bad play in a healthy manner. So often when I watch new Souls players, they will heal at a bad time, tank the hit, and then they'll be in the exact same place health-wise as they were before, but down one Estus Flask and need to chug another. This is teaching the player the wrong lesson. They don't learn that they healed at the wrong time and that to heal properly they should first dodge an attack or create distance and then heal. They instead learn that they can heal whenever they want at the cost of an Estus Flask. Then they run out of heals during the boss and wonder what went awry. Having an insta-heal flask rewards poor play in the moment, but punishes you in the long term. It goes against what I think is the primary gameplay goal of the first 3 Souls games, which is not compounding mistakes. Dark Souls 2 having a flask that heals over a small amount of time means that if you heal at a bad time, you will still die, which is better player feedback. It punishes the player's poor decision-making in an immediate way that explicitly tells them what they did wrong so that they can improve, versus an insta-heal, which allows a player to screw themselves over while not even realizing what they did wrong. While we're on the topic of healing, life gems are also a great addition. They allow you to heal chip damage taken while exploring, meaning that if you prepare properly, you won't die to running out of heals, and you also won't get to a boss with no Estus flasks and feel like you don't even have a chance. Their existence does diminish miracles a bit, but thankfully there are a lot more useful non-healing miracles compared to DS1 and Demon's Souls to counterbalance that. Alternative forms of healing do exist in all of the other Souls games, of course, but DS2 life gems simply allow for less grinding, as well as not having to take up an important equipment slot like a ring or shield. Life gems are also well balanced to where they're rather quickly outclassed by the Estus Flask by the time you've defeated a couple old ones. Finally, life gems allow you to do things like multi-stage boss fights without it feeling cheap, like the final boss that is a 3-stage fight. But still fully committing to nihilism is honestly just an easy and kind of cowardly thing to do. Yeah, I would say that the Dark Souls answer to nihilism tends to be Camusian absurdism, where you just refuse to give a shit. Something to that effect, right? But of course, you know, these games have as many interpretations as there are players of them. So, my interpretation of the Souls series is going to be different from anybody else's, for the most part. And that's part of what makes it so good. It never feels good to die to a boss just because you didn't ration out your healing properly, due to you not knowing there would be another part to the fight. I also really like that you don't have to be human or Ember to get invaded. During my first Dark Souls 1 playthrough, I only got invaded once by Kirk in Lost Izalith, and then immediately got dummied by Chaos Storm, so I never had the chance to fight him. I didn't even know what was happening. Humanity didn't seem to have any point outside of summoning, which I didn't want to do, so I was essentially always hollowed for my first playthrough, which meant that I and other new players missed out on a lot of content. It also means that veteran players who know how invasions work can game the system and completely avoid invasions. DS2's implementation, where you can be invaded at any time regardless of hollowing, is a vast improvement over the alternative, not only due to its dynamic nature which aids replayability, but because it's a system that works better for both noobs and veterans alike. I also loved the hollowing system as a resource management and ludonarrative element. I think they made it just impactful enough that you feel its presence without making it too overbearing for less skilled players. Anyone who complains that this game is too punishing is, first and foremost, wrong, and also clearly hasn't played Demon's Souls. But they do also give unskilled players an out in the form of the Ring of Binding, just in case. Speaking of resource management, durability is actually a mechanic now. Unlike the previous games where you fixed your equipment once or twice a playthrough and called it good, in DS2 your weapons are always degrading at a fairly quick rate. I like that this isn't just a throwaway, irrelevant mechanic anymore. It gives you something else to manage, which further feeds into what I believe to be the survival horror / dungeon crawler roots of the genre, where weapon durability essentially acts as your limited ammo. I wish they had brought back inventory limits from Demon's Souls as well, but hey, no game is perfect. Durability being introduced as a consideration, combined with the much easier to obtain upgrade materials, also adds a lot of variety to each playthrough. Especially if you're using a dex weapon, this system practically requires you to have a backup weapon for the first half of the game. In comparison to the other games where you can use a single weapon for your entire playthrough, thereby making each playthrough that little bit more monotonous, DS2's durability system ensures that you often need to cycle through 2, sometimes 3 weapons in order to make it through an area. And there's decision making involved on whether you want to use your best or most comfortable weapon to make it through the area, or if you should save it for the boss. This cycling of weapons is even further emphasized by damage types once again mattering, just like in Demon's Souls. Whereas in DS1 and 3 you can again comfortably go through the entire game with a single weapon, in Demon's Souls and DS2, enemies have strong resistances to certain damage types, and you'll be heavily handicapped for not using your brain and switching to a different weapon. To give a off-the-cuff example of this, let's say an enemy has scales. Scales are really good at dissipating force, and they're also very difficult to cut. So scales are going to be really, really good against slashing weapons, and then they're going to be okay-ish against blunt weapons. And then they're going to be really good, or really, really poor against spears, because spears can pierce through the scales. Just a random example. It's unfortunately not quite as heavy-handed as Demon's Souls, but it's still relevant enough to make you consider bringing along a few backup weapons. The same is true of armor. While armor is somewhat useless in defending against physical attacks, as we'll get into later, it is very useful to swap out your armor for different resistances based on what you're fighting, which can very rarely be said for the other games. Plus, you can swap out armor to receive different passive bonuses. DS2 also fixed backstabs being an overpowered exploit for both PvE and PvP, which is one of DS1's few major flaws with its combat sandbox. Backstabs can't be performed back-to-back anymore. There's a bit of a cooldown. And while damage is still very heavily reduced, backstabs also don't make you completely invincible, which allowed you to cheese every group fight in the other 3 Souls games. Also, I would be remiss not to mention the interconnected world design, not level design, of Dark Souls 1. Do I miss it? Yeah. After just one playthrough, the world design of DS1 ensured that you'd know Lordran like the back of your hand, and it makes the game unbelievably memorable. However, you have to ask what the trade-offs of that system are. There's a hell of a lot of boring backtracking and traversal through areas that weren't meant to be played in reverse. You also lose a lot of replayability that DS2 and especially Demon's Souls bring to the table. I really, really love the interconnected world of DS1, but I'm also content with it just being in that one game, especially when it wouldn't work nearly as well with the narratives of the other 3 Souls games. And for me, it just makes excuse me, it just makes Dark Souls 1 all the more unique and special. Finally, DS2 is the only game in the series to have a New Game Plus mode that isn't completely pointless. There are additional added enemies, items, weapons, and encounters, which can also be easily explored through the bonfire aesthetic, an item so brilliant that it, of course, never returned. If you don't know what a bonfire aesthetic is, you can it's an item that you can burn at a bonfire, and it will turn that area, the area of that bonfire, into New Game Plus, and the rest of the game will remain the same. So it's super cool. You can also use it to refight a boss if there's a boss that you want to refight, rather than starting a whole new playthrough. So, dope item. Granted, it's not like the New Game Plus is utterly mind-blowing, and parts of it, like the early Freya encounter, are clearly unfinished, but at least it tried, which, again, is far more than the other From titles, and it gives the game a level of replayability that far surpasses any of the others. I have to get another drink after this one. There are plenty of things to criticize about the game too, like the NPC quests are the worst in the series, which isn't all that arguable, I think. And of course, we have to talk about the bosses. While the bosses are mechanically a small step up from Dark Souls 1, and have many of the best standouts in the series, to me, their visual design is what lets them down. I've heard the dudes in armor complaints, and don't really agree there, and Dark Souls 3 has more dudes in armor anyway, but I think a lot more could have been done to give the boss arenas and the bosses themselves a bit more visual flair. A lot of the bosses do lack a distinctive aesthetic design when compared to DS1, which makes them start to blend together after a while. Yeah, they were such a cool item, but, you know, Dark Souls 2 did a lot of cool things that weren't brought back at all or until Elden Ring, so... YouTube decided it was done playing music. There are still some cool Boss designs, of course, like the Pursuer, Looking Glass Knight, Flex Out Sentry, Nishandra, Burnt Ivory King, Aldia, and Demon of Song, but they are kind of the exception. There's nothing as memorable as Kellogg, Gaping Dragon, Sif, or Gwendolyn. And as much as I love the fight, Dark Lurker visually just seems like he should be from a different game. Like he should maybe be a boss in the love child of Diablo and Kingdom Hearts. There is something to be said about DS2's bosses being less memorable because it's just a less iconic game, though. If I showed someone who's never played Dark Souls before the Asylum Demon, Taurus Demon, Bell Gargoyles, Gaping Dragon, Kellogg, Sif, Gwyn, or especially Ornstein and Smo, I think they'd at least recognize a few of them, just because DS1 has been discussed so much that even before I played the game, I already knew what half the bosses looked like. Also, as an unfortunate consequence of the story, As an unfortunate consequence of the story, the bosses are less memorable because many of them don't have names, or their names are very generic. Names like The Rotten, The Lost Sinner, Throne Watcher, and Defender just don't scream epic fantasy boss to me. Another problem is the sheer number of bosses. Excuse me. Having 41 bosses is going to make each boss stand out less in your mind no matter how you slice it. If certain fights like Royal Rat Authority, Executioner's Chariot, Skeleton Lords, Guardian and Ancient Dragons, Royal Rat Authority, Covetous Demon, both Dragon Rider fights, and Magus and Congregation didn't have a boss health bar and were just mini-bosses or encounters, kind of like the Armored Boar, the Channeler in the Undead Parish, or the Hydras, then I think they, and DS2's boss lineup generally, would have been received more warmly. Aside from Invaders, which it thankfully does have a good number of, DS2 has a serious lack of one-offs, encounters, and mini-bosses. It's likely that they were trying to sell the game with a number of bosses, but this just ended up degrading the audience's perception of the boss lineup as a whole. Plus, it's also a bit misleading given that the game is definitely longer than DS1, but not by the amount that 41 bosses in DS2 versus the 26 in DS1 would imply. The boss repetition is probably also the worst in the series. For me, regardless of how it's done, I just don't like bosses coming back later on as mobs. But the Guardian Dragon is a particularly poor example, where you just fought it as a boss and then here's 3 more of them in the very next area with a bunch flying around, not to mention the one in Hades Tower. Finally, this might be a smaller thing, but only 9 bosses in the game actually have an intro cutscene. This is less than the 10 cutscene bosses in DS3 and the 14 in DS1. These cutscenes are a large part of a boss's personality, and reducing them to this degree does have a hand in making them feel less memorable. While the boss fights themselves are better on the whole than DS1, and there are far more of them as well, I think all these factors combined come together to make the average player enjoy them less. The armor system is also a straight-up downgrade from the first game. Contrary to what the Fextra Life wiki will tell you, never trust Fextra Life, all rolls in Dark Souls 1 actually have the same amount of iframes outside of the Dark Woodgrain Ring's flip, meaning that light armor was completely useless in Dark Souls 1, as aside from being able to attack quicker after a roll, there was no benefit to it. Unfortunately, DS2 took quite the opposite route. Armor reduces physical damage by an absurdly negligible amount. It's practically worthless. This was probably to facilitate armor having more special bonuses, as well as fashion souls, but in practice, making armor's physical defense not matter at all just reduces build variety. The worst portion of this is that they broke poise as well. Poise, if you're unaware, is the ability to take a hit without being staggered. This was extremely useful and powerful in DS1, especially when using slower weapons, and it was just as important as the damage reduction that heavy armor provided. Poise still does matter to some degree in DS2, but more than half of the attacks in the game do super poise damage, as in they'll stagger you no matter what. And outside of very rare attacks, like say getting stomped on by the Ancient Dragon, I can't agree with that system at all. Again, all it's lending itself to is lesser build variety. The invisible poise meter also takes an utterly absurd amount of time to refill, meaning that you can only tank one attack every few minutes. One last thing I think is a bit of a step down is the soundtrack. Now, there are an amazing number of great tracks in this game. However, many of the boss themes don't sound as unique as DS1 or especially Demon's Souls. As the series went on, it seems to have switched to a more singular focus on having quote-unquote epic tracks for boss themes, rather than focusing more on tracks that enhance the mood of the fight and thematically reinforce the boss. Granted, I don't think it's that big of a problem in this game. There are still a lot of cool, unique boss themes, but this is where I first started to notice it, and this problem became worse as the series went on, culminating in Dark Souls 3's soundtrack, which is like the musical manifestation of insisting upon yourself. While I can't be 100% sure without playing From's later games, this can probably be attributed to Yuka Kitamura slowly taking over more and more of the composing duties from Motoi Sakuraba as the series went on. One of the worst things a soundtrack can be for me is monotonous, especially when the game it's backing is anything but. However, I still consider it to be a smaller problem in DS2, and thankfully, to make up for it, DS2 reuses tracks far less than its predecessor. I think that's all of my negative points, and aside from the armor and poise, aren't these all just nitpicks? Yeah, they kind of are. Majula theme is a banger though, absolutely. Now there's so many great songs in this game. One of my favorites is Queen of Drangleic, which they kind of folded into Nishandra's boss theme, but the original song got used in a couple trailers, and it's spicy. But yeah, there's so many great songs in this game, but it's a small downgrade. Small. Yes, they are kind of just nitpicks. For me, as much as I love Dark Souls 1, I think DS2 improved on just about everything from the first game. And everything considered, it's my preference between the two. Is Dark Souls 2 a perfect game? No. But spoilers for the end of the video, it's as close as this loose tetralogy ever got. Also, to address this quickly, Scholar of the First Sin is the definitive version of the game, and it's the version you should play if you've never played the game before. As I'll thoroughly get into in a separate video, everything you've heard about Scholar being worse is all provably false. Scholar is the objectively superior version of the game, despite what any feeble-minded YouTubers might assert. Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, is also an S tier. I am going to get a drink. I'll be right back. I'm not someone who projects my voice a lot, so reading off of a script really murders my throat pretty quickly. All right. And now, you like DS2 more than 1? I do. I do indeed. In fact, I like it a fair bit more. A considerable amount more. Now, the Aggroed Award for the Best Score and Music in 2025 goes to none other than Demon's Souls 2009. Oh. You want me to like your game soundtrack? Put in some harpsichord. Oh. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Nexus theme for Demon Souls. I still listen to it all the time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alrighty. Dark Souls 3. We are moving on, ladies and gents. All right. I played, as usual, I played this on PC. And that brings us to Dark Souls 3. I don't like Dark Souls 3, and I'm going to try and explain why. Dark Souls 3 feels like it lost the plot. Whereas the first 3 games have slow-paced, tactical combat that rewards lateral thinking and coming up with creative solutions to problems, thereby making it a, and I can't stress this enough, punishing yet accessible experience, DS3 takes the opposite approach. This game drastically ramps up the pace of combat while downplaying the RPG elements of the series to the point where I don't think that just anyone can beat this game anymore. DS3 is specifically made for people with quick reflexes that can react quickly and press a button. We've almost moved overarching genres entirely from action-adventure to just straight action. DS3 plays much closer to a simple hack and slash than an action RPG. This is exacerbated by it effectively having by far the worst build variety in the series. Oh god. All magic schools have been heavily nerfed to the point of near unusability, and the same is true of strength weapons and shields. Hold on, sorry, DS3's OST is insisting upon itself. I might have to turn this down a touch. Something like that. Maybe a touch higher. Let's see here. Strength weapons do pitiful damage in this game compared to their Demon Souls DS1 and DS2 counterparts. But outside of that, they're almost entirely useless because of 2 things. The pace of the game, and taking the perfectly functional stagger system and breaking it in 2. With this game's bosses, you may as well toss out your strength characters, because attacks come so quickly that especially more agile bosses like Pontiff, Dancer, and in particular, the Abyss Watchers, Champion Gundyr, and Frida are nearly unhittable aside from 1 or 2 attacks, but only if you've already seen them 10 times, know how to dodge perfectly to give yourself an opening, and then do a rolling attack to maybe get a hit on them before they dodge away or retaliate unavoidably. We lose our soundtrack? Oh, we're good. I don't know about you guys, but I like to actually fight bosses, not stand around and wait for them to do the only one of their attacks that's actually punishable. Fuck DS3. we're on our DS3 hatred arc. Oh man. No, we'll try to have as balanced of an opinion as possible for a human being. I try. I like to actually fight bosses, not stand around and wait for them to do the only one of their attacks that's actually punishable. I don't find that to be very fun. As for staggers, again, they take a perfectly functional system from the first 3 games and utterly break it. On my initial playthrough, I was using the large club, and yet hardly a single enemy in the game would stagger when I hit them. They kind of look like they stagger because there's an animation for getting hit, but that's not actually a stagger like it would be in the other games. Instead, they can immediately load up another attack that you'll inevitably get hit by because you thought that bashing them over the head with a small tree might actually have a visceral effect. Sometimes you can actually stagger enemies, but it's never consistent. For example, I was fighting the Abyss Watch excuse me. I was fighting the Abyss Watchers with the large club, and I hit them once, they stagger. I hit them again, no stagger. I hit them at the end of their roll, no stagger. I hit them during an attack or weapon art, no stagger. Sometimes I just hit them when they're not even doing anything and they don't stagger. All this while taking unavoidable hit trade damage due to the new Hyper Armor system replacing poise altogether. This was a rare issue in the previous games where staggers would occasionally not work like they normally do, but it was never prominent to such a degree that it, again, makes almost all strength weapons completely worthless. I later found out, after starting a second playthrough, that staggers aren't actually broken, they just work in the complete opposite way that they should. Enemies do stagger, but only for about a fifth to a quarter of a second. However, you can then stagger them with just about anything. Excuse me. We'll get to the point where my throat is just completely destroyed, and then I'll stop coughing, hopefully. On my second playthrough to start off with, I was using the Mailbreaker, which has a very fast moveset, and I could absolutely stagger everything into oblivion, hitting enemies 8, 9, 10 times in a row with nothing they could do about it. This, again, is the literal opposite of the way staggers should work. A fast weapon should take a number of hits to stagger, and only stagger for a short amount of time, and a heavy weapon should stagger an enemy with one hit for a long time, long enough for you to potentially get a follow-up attack in. But instead, heavy weapons stagger for no time at all, which often means that an enemy will counterattack you with nothing you can do about it, even if you landed a successful strike. This happened to me on my first playthrough when I was using the large club while I was fighting the Lycanthrope for the first time. He jumps at me, I block him, it staggers him. I buffer another swing, but he dodges backward, then dodges back in instantly, and hits me before my second attack is even done. Half my health. Then he swings again, I dodge, wait for him to finish his dumb 5-hit combo, swing perfectly as he's finishing his last attack, I hit him, but he's already loading up another attack while getting hit. He hits me again before I regain control, dead. That's the strength build experience. Here's a clip where I was fighting a Cathedral Grave Warden. Right here. We'll have a couple more examples. Right there. That's an attack that he can choose to do if he wants to. And there. Before I even have control of my character, I'm already getting attacked. I hit him with a large club, he staggers, but before I've even regained control, while I'm still stuck in my animation, he's already hitting me back. It's utter nonsense. This is the one soft track in the game. I won't turn it up, sorry. I just hit you with a Great Hammer, one of the hardest hitting weapons in the series, and it basically did nothing, because he regains control even faster than I do. I always like to be a contrarian, so I think I'll be default by saying that Dark Souls 3 will be my favorite. That's fine. That's not contrarian, though. That is most people's opinion. But, as we'll get into later, I think there's good reason for that. it's not just the Grave Wardens that do this, it's so many enemies. The only strategy you can employ is roll spam and pray to God you can outtrade the enemies, because you're certainly not going to get any hits in without taking unavoidable counter damage. Especially with the unbelievable enemy spam of this game, but we'll get there. It seems like they ported over Bloodborne's enemies wholesale without a single thought to how it would affect the combat. I say that, but from what I've seen, staggers actually work in that game. This broken stagger system is why broadswords, or anything faster, became the meta so quickly, and it's common knowledge nowadays that if you're not using anything using something as fast or faster than a katana, you're essentially throwing. This is why every video you see praising this game has the exact same build and playstyle. You know how else I know Miyazaki randomly decided he hates strength weapons in this game? Compared to the dozens of great dex weapons, there are 3 total weapons with S-tier strength scaling in this game, even if you use a heavy infusion, and one of them is a damn spear. If you're not fast rolling with a dex weapon, you are playing the game wrong according to its balance, or rather, lack thereof. Graphics are good though, we'll get there. This game is a generation ahead of the other 2. So that does help. Shields are also utterly useless. Good luck making a tanky build in this game, because no matter how high stability your shield is, enemies will all do their 5+ hit combos and melt through your stamina bar in 0 time flat, no matter how good your stamina management is. Excuse me. Aside from maybe blocking one attack every now and again that it would be better to just roll, shields are completely worthless. Throw them in the trash. What got significantly buffed, though, compared to the first 2 games? Rolling. Rolling now takes a negligible amount of stamina, and your roll has 13 iframes by default. This is the equivalent of wearing the Dark Woodgrain ring in DS1, where you only had 2 ring slots, or investing roughly 31 levels into adaptability in DS2. Of course, it's even more overpowered than that, because DS3's hitboxes are generally tighter than DS1, along with attacks coming out much quicker than the previous 3 games, meaning that there's less time that you're spending in an attack's hitbox. This makes rolling absurdly strong, and by comparison, other methods of mitigating damage like shields, spacing, and positioning are entirely non-viable. After having a few months to sit with this game, I think it's clear that Miyazaki didn't want to make an RPG like the first 2 games. He wanted to make a fast, frenetic action game where you were constantly dodging attacks, lacing in 1 or 2 of your own, and then dodging some more. Because despite its pretense as a Western RPG, Dark Souls 3 essentially has one viable build. Fast roll while two-handing or dual-wielding something as quick or quicker than a broadsword, with the Grass Crest shield on your back and the Chloranthy ring, with high vigor and stamina. That is essentially the only build that can keep up with the pace of this game. That's why it's what you see literally everyone using, and if you're not using it, you are severely handicapping yourself. Period. Nobody had to tell me this. It was plainly evident by simply playing the game, which is why I restarted the game with a dex build after the Abyss Watchers, and guess what? It made the game trivially easy by comparison. Also, I say high vigor because, once again, armor in Dark Souls 3 is entirely pointless. Armor in this game mitigates almost no damage whatsoever, just like DS2, but poise is even less consequential than the previous game, as it seems like every attack, regardless of severity, will stagger you, even in the heaviest armor. So the build variety is a joke, but aside from that, DS3 also does precious little with its narrative that Dark Souls 1 and 2 didn't do before and better, especially in regards to its lore. But to its credit, I think this game, along with DS2, does lend itself to a more vibes-based narrative, as Jacob Geller put it. This is the first game where the NPCs treat you with any reverence, and by God did they lay it on thick. Every NPC, sans Aegon, treats you like you're the second coming of Gwyn, and that's for good reason. Every other champion, even previous Lords of Cinder, are abandoning their duty to link the fire. Whereas Frampt and Gwendolyn could care less if it happens to be you who links the fire, because there are plenty of undead kindling bonfires in the meantime, and in DS2 no one could give a shit less that you exist aside from the Emerald Herald. Everyone and their mother in DS3 is egging you on and begging you to link the fire because, well, they're kinda running out of volunteers. Everyone realizes how pointless this death denial from the gods has been. It can't last forever, both the world of Dark Souls and in turn the series itself. This is why I really, truly hope there's never a Dark Souls 4 as such. If Dark Souls 1 was about the fear of the shifting tides of time and the follies of death denial, Dark Souls 3 shows what happens when that vice is taken to its utmost extreme. It's not something that many games outside of MGS4 have tackled, and it's done fairly well here. Also, in addition, I don't think many would argue against this game having the best NPC quests in the series, something that I always wished they would expand on a lot more, but from what I've heard, that wish was granted in Elden Ring. The issue that this narrative presents, however, is that this game is far too eager to shove nostalgia in your face. At least Dark Souls 1 nostalgia. The references to DS2 tends to be far more subtle, but oftentimes Dark Souls 3 feels like a non-stop parade of, hey, look, it's Anne Orlando and Gwendolyn and the spiral elevator, and there's the Archer Gauntlet. Remember this? This was in DS1, wasn't that cool? Yo, there's a Black Knight. I remember them from DS1. Hey, look over there. It's Quilana and the Fair Lady. Gosh, wasn't DS1 awesome? Oh, bro, there's the Asylum Demon and Havel and Ornstein, and there's a whole area with dead stray demons, Capra demons, and Taurus demons, and it's guarded by stone demons. Hey, even Elizabeth is here, and the Abyss Watchers are just like Artorias. Ah, man, wasn't DS1 the best? I mean, shit, dude. It's just gaudy to the point of exhaustion. Even MGS4 was less in your face about what it was doing than this, and that's a damn Kojima game. Not exactly known for subtlety, that one. So is the game bad because it feels like a tired rehash, or is it brilliant because it feels like a tired rehash? I'll let you figure that one out for yourself, but for me, it just misses the mark a bit. DS2 did have some minor references to DS1, of course, but a broken shard of the Lord Vessel in a tiny corner of the map, or the old ones possessing the Lord Souls in New Game Plus, is far more tasteful than a third of the game being an in-your-face DS1 nostalgia wank. Granted, they also pretty much copy-pasted Ornstein from DS2, but... they pretty much copy-pasted Ornstein in DS2. But that is by far the game's worst example. Excuse me. I'm also not the biggest fan of DS3's aesthetics either. The entire game seems like it has a sepia filter over it, which gives every area a monotonous tone. But even disregarding that, I don't think it's all that debatable that DS3 has the least visually distinctive and least memorable areas in the series, especially given that 2 of them are just the same area twice, and depending on how you count, 5 of them are just bad rehashes of far better levels in Dark Souls 1. Get a bit more action here for you guys to watch. In addition, and maybe this is just a personal thing for me, but there are also plenty of areas that are far too visually busy, especially the Road of Sacrifices, which gives me a migraine every time I play through it, since my eyes can't focus on anything. I've never had this happen before with any other game, but I consistently get a headache every time I play this game for more than a couple hours, and I really think it's due to eye strain from the visuals. Honestly though, I could forgive all that, if not for the enemy and level design. Let's start with level design, since that's the easier of the two to discuss. It's a bad joke. Almost every level in this game is one ridiculous gank trap after another, throwing absurd amounts of extremely hard-hitting enemies your way that endlessly flail at you until you die. Honestly, the Corvians could be this game's mascots. I'll easily first or second try any boss in this game, but throw 3 Corvians, a couple Grues, or 2 or 3 Hollow Manservants at me, and I am absolutely fucked. And that's what this game constantly likes to do. Encounter design in DS3 comes in one of 2 forms. Either take the already broken, overpowered enemies and throw 4 of them at you in an unavoidable ambush, or stick 5 of them around an item that may or may not be important. Chances are probably not, because this game hates to actually reward the player for slogging through all of its bullshit. But stick 5 of them around an item, and then your only choice is to run in and die grabbing the item, or cheese them somehow, because due to the broken staggers and pace of combat, unlike the previous 3 Souls games, you simply don't have the toolset to be able to defeat 3 or 4 enemies at once in a fight without being absurdly overleveled enough to hit trade and win through attrition. Isn't that what Dark Souls is about, though? Dying over and over again? No, and we'll get into that. We'll absolutely get into that. I think there is a very clear and distinctive design shift between Dark Souls 3 and the previous 3 Souls games, and that's what we're going to talk about. There's also 0 area gimmicks or set pieces aside from poison swamps, sticking your head in wax, and getting shot at by an unreachable enemy for an entire area, which sadly is probably the best one, you know, until they did it another 3 times. 4 if you count the archers in the Ring City. There's also a stupid amount of wasted space in these levels. As small as each level already is, there are so many paths that lead to nothing at all. This game doesn't even understand the very basics of rewarding exploration. At least have a soul item or ember or something in all these dumb side paths, so I don't feel like I completely wasted my time. I'm the only person who would know how bad the level design in this game is, though, because apparently I'm the only person who actually fights enemies in these games. Almost every clip I see of people playing these games online, it's someone trying to bum rush through the entire game, skipping every enemy, grabbing all the loot, and then sprinting to the boss, even if it's their first playthrough. I mean, please, somebody tell me you don't actually play the game like this. No wonder these people don't like Dark Souls 2, because it's the only game with good enough AI to punish this idiotic behavior. Honestly, my theory at this point is that the level design in this game, and potentially Elden Ring, was so bad that it taught everyone that's just how you're supposed to play these games. Hell, even I was tempted at some points, because actually playing through these levels is torturous. Whereas it's difficult to think of unenjoyable areas in the first 3 games, it's even tougher to think of a single level in this game that's actually fun or engaging. I mean, half of Ariandel was alright, Irithyll was fine, some parts of the Undead Settlement and Catacombs were decent, I guess, the former being the best level of the game, but that's me being very generous. Even comparing this game's best areas to some of the most average levels of the previous 3 Souls games doesn't hold up to scrutiny, and even returning levels like Anor Londo are pale imitations of what they once were. But design-wise, not visually. But also visually. Clearly some areas in the previous 3 Souls games needed a little more work, sure. But here, it feels like they didn't even try at all. Just make a map, toss a bunch of enemies and gunk to wade through on top of it, and call it a day. Honestly, if I was going to play the game again, I might sprint through these areas too. They're just that unenjoyable. Finally, that brings us to the enemy and boss designs. Enemies attack with such large combos and with such frequency that you can barely even get an action in edgewise. I first noticed this with the Lothric Knights at the High Wall. These knights have essentially the same moveset as excuse me, the most unfair enemy in Dark Souls 2, an enemy so busted that Scholar almost took him out of the game entirely, but just made him an optional side challenge, the Warpick and Great Shield wielding Drake Keepers. Teeny tiny telegraphs, seemingly infinite stamina, combos that can be linked into other combos or cut short to immediately transition to a different attack, animations that are designed to bait you into attacking before they punish you, very large timing change-ups, with some attacks being lightning quick while others have a delayed swing, and almost 0 openings anywhere. These things are miserable to fight. No matter how long you spend trying to get their patterns down, they seemingly defy mastery, and always have a way to bait you into yet another cheap death. I don't feel like I skillfully vanquished a worthy foe when I defeat these guys. I feel like I got lucky. This is how a large number of the enemies in Dark Souls 3 feel to fight, because in this game, compared to the previous 3, you have an extremely diminished chance of beating many enemies the first time you see them for one simple reason. They are designed to be unfair. This was very rarely the case with enemies in Demon Souls, DS1, and DS2, and even those enemies mostly seem like mistakes, such as the Silver Skeletons, Red-Eye Knights, Skeleton Beasts, Dragon Asses, Flame Lizards, and the aforementioned Warpick Drake Keepers. DS1 and 2 did choose to design some bosses like this, but they're bosses like Fume Knight, Ava, Sir Lon, and to a lesser degree Artorias and Manus, who are always kept to the DLC, where players expect a large spike in quote-unquote difficulty. DS3, however, sees an enormous uptick in unfair enemy design, both for mobs and for bosses. But what do I mean by unfair? I've talked about first-time player traps a lot on this channel in the past, but as a quick review, a first-time player trap, or a beginner's trap as AVGN calls them, is something that damages or kills the player that they had no reasonable method of avoiding without having seen it first. Probably having seen it a number of times, actually. I would argue that this is a poor way to design a game when the goal isn't to intentionally lengthen the game through artificial difficulty or to intentionally frustrate the player, which is how this element is typically used in games like Jak 2 or I Wanna Be the Guy, respectively. These are games that were made bad on purpose in order to fulfill their design goals. But again, this type of design isn't acceptable in a game whose goal is to make an engaging experience for a first-time player. So how does this apply to Dark Souls 3? Well, this element of design is present in most of the enemies' movesets, and through the same means as the Warpick Drake Keepers, or with even more blatant examples such as Aldrich and Frida missing their first attack on purpose to get you to roll into the second one. In DS3, enemies will have a set pace to their attacks, but then they'll deviate from said pace in radical ways with other attacks. For example, the first boss in the game, Vort, generally has a slow, lumbering moveset, but he has one attack where he pokes you with his mace that's lightning quick, almost too quick to dodge unless you intuit that it's coming. Plus, this is exacerbated by his frostbite buildup. The boss will also have a wind-up to their attack, pause for a moment, and then swing. The Nameless King is infamous for this. Now, this wouldn't be so bad by itself because it would serve to punish players for roll spamming, but this is then combined with attacks themselves having absurdly few frames of animation during the actual hitbox. To visualize, let's have a look at this professionally illustrated diagram. Here we go. I paid a lot for this, so I hope you appreciate it. DS3 enemies and bosses in particular tend to follow this pattern. You have variable windup times, followed by a delay, or the lack thereof. We'll call it a variation. Then a lightning quick attack, the actual damaging portion of their attack, that is too quick to dodge by reacting to it. You can introduce a lot of different attacks like this. Thank you, Steven, thank you. For example, a quick wind-up, let's say 5-frame wind-up, getting the player to panic roll, then a delay, let's say 30 frames to catch them off guard, and to catch them right at the end of their roll. Or you have a slow wind-up, no delay, and then super fast attack. The problem with this is that it's unrealistic, cartoony, gamey, whatever you want to call it, not to mention unfair. Obviously, in real life, and in the other Souls games as well, this delay, or variation portion here, doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. In reality, you want your attacks to have momentum to give them more power, but DS3 added this middle section which completely obliterates the realism and fairness of the combat. You also have this portion here, which is vastly quicker than other Souls games, especially DS2, since DS2 was mocapped. Excuse me. DS3 added this middle section which completely obliterates the realism and fairness of the combat. The effect of this is obviously that you have to get hit by an attack, probably several times, before you learn the timing of a dodge. This is a complete 180 from how most enemies are designed in the previous 3 games, where especially in DS2, since it was the only game to be mocapped, you had enemies that swung at you like they actually would in real life. But even Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1 had far more natural looking animations than DS3. For those that still don't understand what I'm talking about, let me try to illustrate it. I'll try not to laugh while I do this. Alright. See if I can get my Darksaber to actually... Oh! It actually turned on. We had it for a second. Alright. This is how a 4-hit combo would look in the other Souls games. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or a couple steps forward until you're in range, 4 with the stab. Here's how the same 4-hit combo would look in Dark Souls 3. And then it's something like that, right? So what I'm doing here is you have quick wind up, quick swing, no delay. That sets the pace of the combo. So now to dodge the next attack, I'll be like, all right, I gotta dodge the next attack quickly because he's doing a fast combo. Then you have delay, 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 delay on the wind up, quick swing. Then you have fast wind up, delay variation, upward swing. After we come down here, fast wind up, delay, 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 there's the attack. And then, for stabs, what enemies in Dark Souls 3 like to do, in the previous Souls games, they will run at you, and then once they're in range of hitting you, stab, right? In Dark Souls 3, what they like to do is run until they're actually fucking inside of you, then stab. It's so insanely stupid looking. Hopefully that illustrates it a little bit. But let's get back to some gameplay here. So, you see the difference. This style of attack animation drastically reduces the skillfulness of combat. Even a skillful player will always struggle against these enemies and bosses the first time they fight them. And if they do manage to defeat them on said first attempt, it was due in larger part to luck than skill. Absolutely. Hey, didn't know I trained with kendo back in the day. Oh man. Excuse me. Whereas it was entirely possible to dodge the attacks of most of the enemies and bosses in the previous 3 Souls games on the first try, if the player had good reflexes oh my god. If the player had good reflexes and intuition, the chances of doing such in Dark Souls 3 are drastically reduced. From a design perspective, this accomplishes 2 things. First is difficulty balancing. At some point, you can't just make a game more mechanically demanding without losing accessibility, since there are limits to human reaction time and finger speed. So how do you satiate the Souls fans that are coming into this game with legacy skill? How do you balance your game around players that have already played Demon's Souls, DS1, DS2, and Bloodborne, while at the same time still making your game playable for someone who has never played a Souls game before? Well, you take skill out of the equation by making one's success in combat based around memorization and practice. This is essentially how that's accomplished. When you understand difficulty through this lens, you'll see just how few video games are actually difficult versus how many are unfair. And once you've seen behind the curtain, it becomes harder to enjoy experiences like this versus a fair mechanical challenge like Celeste, Donkey Kong Country, or the first 3 Souls games. This is what FromSoft games became after Dark Souls 2, with especially Sekiro being the prime example. Sekiro is like performing a complex song on an instrument. Practically no one on Earth could play it right the very first time they try. But slowly, with practice, memorization, and muscle memory, you get better and better until you're finally able to play the piece correctly. I'm sure this style of difficulty is fun for some, but for me, I find it to be entirely unengaging and unsatisfying. Since I'm not being rewarded for getting better at the game, I'm simply being rewarded for playing the game longer. Ooh, let me see if I can find... They have timestamps? They do. Dope. Where's Dancer? There she is. Skip forward a bit. The actual fight. Here's the simplest way that I can put it. Let's go with Dancer of the Boreal Valley. When you're fighting Dancer in Dark Souls 3, you're not getting better at video games, or Souls-likes, or even Dark Souls 3 itself. You're just getting better at fighting Dancer. That's it. And the same is true of many, if not most, of the enemies. You can't react to an enemy's moves, you can't intuit an enemy's moves, you can only memorize them for next time. You can't beat an enemy or a boss with skill, you need to beat an enemy or boss with practice and attrition. And it's important to understand that this design philosophy runs in complete opposition to the first 3 games. Whereas the enemies in Demon's Souls, DS1, and DS2 feel like real human beings that are trying to kill you, enemies in DS3 feel like you're fighting a game designer rubbing his hands together saying, "Heh, I bet this'll really catch him out." How do you avoid the traps? By dying to them first. How do you defeat the enemies and bosses? By dying to them first. This is Artificial Difficulty 101, and if I wanted to play garbage, I'd go play I Want to Be the Guy or Jak 2. But I play Souls games for a fun, engaging, skillful challenge, and there's very little of that to be found in Dark Souls 3, which unfortunately doesn't bode well for my enjoyment of the rest of the latter portion of From's catalog. Again, it can't be overstated, which is how you say it. It cannot be stated too much. It cannot be overstated. That's how you say it. All right, that's how you say that. It cannot be overstated that this isn't how the first 3 Souls games were designed. They are punishing, they are challenging, and yet they are almost uncompromisingly fair. The skill of Demon's Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2 was preparedness, lateral thinking, environmental attentiveness, split-second decision-making, timing, and proper control of the battlefield. The skill of Dark Souls 3 is trial and error memorization so that you can hit the B button at the right time. If you die in the first 3 Souls games, it is almost categorically your fault, and said death could have been avoided with greater skill or intellect, which is what the games attempt to tease out of you. If you die in Dark Souls 3, it's because the game is working as intended. Make sure my chat didn't freeze here. Excuse me. The previous Souls games did everything they could to help you succeed without holding your hand, whereas Dark Souls 3 does everything it can to ensure your failure. Now, to be clear, there are times when quote-unquote first-time player traps are okay. Rhythm games and shmups are great examples. Some absolute gods could maybe blind full combo a hard song or blind 1cc a shmup, but generally these games are about memorization in order to get better. The same is true of combat platformers like Classicvanias and NES Ninja Gaiden. Even then, though, there is a very big difference between creating a challenge that would be reasonably impossible for a human being to complete on the first try, such as this combat puzzle. Big difference between that and blatantly cheating the player into a fail state. And that's why Ninja Gaiden 2 is better. If you think that is what Souls is about, it is due to one of three factors. You either haven't played the first three Souls games, which is surprisingly likely. Dark Souls 3 sold vastly more copies than the first two games, and especially Demon Souls. You were rushing through and not paying much attention when you did, or, and I hate to say it, it could also be that you had an identical felt experience to Dark Souls 3 due to a lack of player acumen. Now, hold on. Before you dislike the video and leave, let me at least explain what I mean. It's time to talk about my and Fred Jones's favorite topic, traps.
Fred, I think I've read every magazine in your house. What's that?
No, don't.
Traps Illustrated? Fred!
I read it for the articles.
Same, Fred. Same. Alright, let's take a look at a few of the traps in Dark Souls 1. These are what I would consider to be the most unfair traps in the game. You have the Wyvern Bridge, the introduction of mimics, and the Parish front door gank. On the Wyvern Bridge, some people will bring up that by the time you hear the Wyvern, you can't keep from getting burned, and that's unfair. That's absolutely true and probably should have been fixed. On the other hand, earlier on in the area, the Wyvern lands right in front of you and then flies off above toward the bridge, so you should already be on the lookout for him by the time you get up there. The Undead Merchant also warns you about him if you somehow miss that. And as many have pointed out, there's also the charred portions of the bridge as a warning. Plus, you're already expecting something like this if you've played Demon Souls, which is a fun way to reward veteran players if it's not relied upon as the sole method of foreshadowing. Even throwing all that out, at the end of the day, he doesn't even do very much damage. The only time you're going to die to this attack is if you didn't heal after the Taurus Demon. Excuse me. Which is on you, or you barely beat the Taurus Demon while running out of heals. As unlikely as the second scenario is, if it were to happen, considering that you already got to the Taurus Demon with enough resources to take him on, you should once again be able to get back to the bridge with relative ease. So as long as you don't freak out and... Oh, what's that? Let mistakes compound? Oh. Okay, sorry. It should be an easy jaunt to get back to your souls. Ironically, the version of this trap in Demon Souls is far more fair because you're warned about the dragons 3 times, and you can actually see and hear the dragon before it comes, along with there being a large pile of charred bodies on the bridge. As for the introduction of mimics, you have a number of ways not to die. I've been forgetting my clips here, my apologies. Yep. The first thing you should notice when you walk in the room is that the chest is sitting at an off angle in the center of the room. This should make you immediately suspicious. Chests are practically always lined up parallel against a wall. Then combine that with the fact that the chest is in no way being guarded, also somewhat unusual. These aspects alone should be enough to make you wary of the chest and make you want to inspect it closer before opening it. But even if that weren't enough, if you're playing online, then the plethora of bloodstains surrounding the chest, along with the warning messages in front of it, should get even the dullest of players to pay attention. That's not a comment on that guy. He seems cool. Upon further inspection of the chest, Even if you don't notice that the color is a bit off and the chain is facing the wrong way, it's also breathing, the motion of which draws your attention to its mouth, which is lined with teeth. Finally, we have the Parish Gank. When you first approach the parish, one of the Balder Knights comes out and attacks you, but the other doesn't. Oh no, I'm a little scared. He looks pretty mean. Oh, kid, fuck it. Oh, kid, sit down. It looked... The other one doesn't come out and attack you like the first one. This made me immediately suspicious. It looked like the second knight saw me swiftly dispatch his buddy, and now he wants to bait me into fighting him with his big friend behind him. Plus, if you walk up to the doorway, you can actually hear the rapier knight turning to face you if you're paying attention. Let's hear that again. That was him turning. Get parried, dork. Absolutely. So I, like many other players, looked for another way around, which avoids this gank and gives you a much needed bonfire if you continue to explore rather than try to fight the big scary knight. The game encourages you to find an alternate path that's easier and rewards you for doing so. So if you just run in and fight the second Balder Knight, if you just run in and fight the second Balder Knight though, chances are you're going to die, because the Rapier Knight hiding behind the door is quite strong toward the beginning of the game. Seeing this gank later on from a different angle also makes you more aware of enemy traps in the future, meaning that if you rush in a battle later on without thinking, then it's closer to being fully your fault. There have also been 2 ambushes beforehand in just that area in the parish, and 5 total previous ambushes by that point in the game, and that's basically the second area of the game, if you're unaware. None of the traps were so deadly as this one, but if you're not playing carefully, checking corners, and taking things a bit slow by this point, that's really on you. This is the game rewarding you for skillful play and punishing you for poor play, aka good play conditioning, as H Bomber Guy would say. Shout out to my man Harris. This is something that the first 3 Souls games, Dark Souls 2 in particular, excel at, which is, of course, why it's so unpopular with unskilled players. But that's a rant for another time. I'm really racking my brain here, and legitimately, the only trap I can think of in the first 3 games that's actually unfair would be the introduction of slimes. You go to pick up an item, and without a sound, entirely without warning, a slime drops on your head and does most of your HP.
Ooh, bunch of blood right there. What happened to you? They look like they were hitting themselves. Oh!
Hitting themselves indeed. This is where I was going to put in an AVGN clip of what were they thinking? This is really bad, especially in the quote-unquote remaster, where slimes are mostly phasing through the ceiling, so they're very hard to see. The only saving grace of this ambush is that at least the ceiling isn't very high, so there's a small chance you'll see the slime before going to pick up the item, and there's a chance you could avoid it with bloodstains, but still, that's hardly a good excuse. At least there's a pretty small chance it'll kill you from full health, but I honestly can't believe they kept this in the game. However, this is the exception to the rule as far as I'm aware. Hold on a moment. Of course, they also have this exact same trap in DS3, but it's just in a random hallway and not even above an item, so it's even less predictable. Excuse me. I thought this slime just doesn't activate a lot of the time because this game is bad, but weirdly, this slime actually only activates on your way back up the stairs. Only if you've killed the evangelist, and it'll only catch you if you're sprinting, which is incredibly likely. Does that make this trap better or worse? Take your pick. Either way, it's awful. But Agrod, this is the second slime you come across. The first is on the floor in the hallway right before, so you should already be on the lookout for slimes on the ceiling. We'll just mute that for now, sorry. Oh, right you are, but what did I just say 3 minutes ago? Rewarding the legacy skill of series veterans is fine if it's not the only method of avoiding the trap. DS3 doesn't teach you that slimes are dangerous because they can be on the ceiling and drop down on you. It teaches you quite the opposite. The first slime is on the ground, posing little to no threat. If I had never played DS1, I'd have no way of knowing that they could drop down on me, and thus no reason to keep an eye out for them on the ceiling. Or more accurately, I'd have a negative incentive to consider the slimes a threat. Oh, piss. Anyway, if there are any other unfair traps like this in the first 3 Souls games that I'm missing, please put them down in the comments or chat. Feel free to weigh in. If you think there's anything worse than the slime introduction or the mimic introduction, the wyvern bridge, or the parish gank, I'd like to hear about it. And we can talk about it live. For now, though, let's contrast the earlier DS1 traps that are, again, by my estimation, slime aside, the most unfair in the game, to some of the more average traps that you'll encounter in Dark Souls 3. First, we have this fun little gank during the outside section of the Cathedral of the Deep. Let's say, for argument's sake, you at least wait for this halberd guy to come over to you, and you take him out. This is extremely unlikely since his aggro range is really low, and I checked, they specifically made it so that he would always use this same opening attack, which has a huge opening for you to counterattack, and always lands him right in the center of the doorway. Before we get to that... where have I seen this style of design before?
Be worse. What the f? Did you f***ing see that? What the f, dude? It's the worst game in the history of human f***ing kind, man. Like, you saw the circle pointing me in the complete f***ing opposite direction. You saw. That's the 3rd time it's done that. This race! This race!
Oh yes, we brought out Jack 2. We brought out the Jack 2 comparison. But one more time, let's take a look at this gank with the audio real quick. Let's say for the sake of argument, you somehow don't walk in front of the doorway to kill him. Great. We kill him without walking in front of the doorway. Good, good, good. Let's check this room and... Guess I should have played better. If you haven't played these games, I was stun locked for that entire time. That entire 7-hit combo. Back to my notes here. Let's check this room, and you get hit through the wall before you can react. Then when you try to back off from that, 2 more thralls jump down while doing plunging attacks right on top of your head. Okay, well, how could I have avoided this? You know, your game is cooked when aggro brings out the Jack 2 clips. Yeah. You're kind of right, though. How could I have avoided this? There's one method of avoiding each portion of this gank. You can't see the thralls from up close because the building is so high, plus there's a buttress right in the way of your vision. So to know this gank was coming, you'd have to see the thralls from all the way over here. You see him right there? There he is. I circled him for convenience. Oh, also, if I hadn't killed that halberd guy, here's how I imagine this gank plays out for most people. That attack, a different clip. He always attacks right then. It always lands him in the doorway. Every time. Let me go back to the start of this here. So you have to see the thralls from all the way over here, which is unlikely because they're kind of being blocked by the gargoyles here. And you're probably a bit busy dealing with one absurd gank trap after another on this rooftop that's constantly pushing you forward. You don't even want to know how many ganks there are on this rooftop. You don't even want to know. It's about a dozen. Also, you're so far away that you can't even see that there are two thralls up here. So there's another thrall right here. Right about here. But he's not even spawned in. You're so far away that the second thrall isn't even spawned in. As for the trap trigger, I could maybe hear the very quiet hissing of the thralls through the wall, then corner peek with the third-person camera to see the thrall standing in the doorway. Now, this won't keep me from getting comboed through the wall before I can retaliate, but at least if I don't mind having my ears bleed, there's some way of knowing that it's coming, I guess. Aside from hearing them, you could just corner peek every corner in the game, but that doesn't exactly sound like enthralling gameplay to me. And even that would not be sufficient a lot of the time. Ow. This is actual footage from my first playthrough. I was stunned into immobility. Ask yourself, though, are either of these methods of avoiding a trap reasonable to expect from a player? To avoid a trap, I should either stand on a very specific portion of the map, look far into the distance to see a tiny enemy that doesn't even look like they'll be relevant until I get up to them, or I should have my volume turned up high enough to give me hearing damage. If this isn't unfair, which I would contend that it is, it's certainly flirting with the line of fairness more than any of the traps in the previous games. Let's take a look at another two examples from just this area. I need to take a piss very soon. I'll try to finish out Dark Souls 3 first. Right down the road, you'll find this gaggle of hollows surrounding an item. If you go to fight them, there's an enemy that will get up and ambush you from behind, then an enemy hanging off the side of the railing to the right, and finally, there's another axe-wielding hollow corner camping on the left. If you're an attentive player, you'll kill the first ambush easily enough. The latter two, however, not to mention the horde of hollows, some of which will light themselves on fire and explode, well, good fucking luck. Also, I got hit when I didn't have control there. At the very end. Oh, by the way, what are the 8 enemies in this dumbass gank guarding? Is it a weapon? A cool spell? Some awesome armor? A pretty decent soul item, at least? Maybe? We'll find out in a moment. It's none of those things. It's an ember. Truly revolutionary level design. Inspiring stuff, guys. This is what I'm talking about. The levels suck so bad to play, and the rewards you get for mashing your head against the wall are such a slap in the face for all the trouble you just went through. That, hell, why not just sprint through every area and grab all the loot? It sure makes the game a lot more fun that way, and there's zero punishment for doing so, because enemies de-aggro if you walk 5 feet away from them. Further into the cathedral, you'll come across a large open room with an item sitting inside unguarded. I knew by this point that the level designers got swirlied in high school, so I was expecting yet another trap here just by the look of it. I looked for traps and I couldn't see anything. I listened for enemies but couldn't hear anything. Then I corner peeked with the camera, nothing. So I waltzed in and guess what drops behind me, blocking the doorway? This is a Deep Accursed, and it's the first time you see one of these enemies. They attack very quickly, they curse you when they hit you, which if you don't know is an insta-kill once that bar fills up, and they spew curse clouds at you. For my money, they're easily one of the most broken enemies in DS3, so much so that there's only 2 of them in the whole game, and this is how they're introduced, being surprised by it and forced to fight it in a tiny room. Then, after dying to it, you'll probably just cheese it from the doorway. And what do you get for dying to and then getting revenge on this fearsome foe? The worst ring in the game, and an ember. Do you see why I don't find this game fun? Oh, by the way, if you get cursed by this enemy after killing them, the item he drops disappears and the enemy doesn't respawn. So thank goodness it's a terrible ring so that you at least don't get cheated out of something useful. No wonder people just run through DS3. That's what I'm saying, brother. That's what I'm saying. All of this is to illustrate the point that the first 3 Souls games are not trial and error memorization games. While they can, of course, be played that way by less skilled players, that is not how they were designed to be played. Dark Souls 3, however, takes a very large leap into being a trial and error memorization game, and it is the obvious black sheep of the franchise because of this. Will this trend continue? As I get further into From's catalog, God, I hope not, but from what little I've seen of those games, especially Elden Ring, I wouldn't find it particularly surprising. This is what I mean, though, when I say that some players' felt experience might have been the same between Dark Souls 3 and the previous 3 Souls games. Regardless of how well a trap is designed, if you bumble into every trap in each of these games because you're either not paying attention or just kind of dull, then you're not going to notice a difference between the design of DS3 compared to the first 3 Souls games. But aggro. Isn't this long-ass rant about how unfair and poorly designed Dark Souls 3 is really just to cover up the fact that you suck at the game? Unfortunately, that's not the case. I'm not Mahler. Also, that would have been a lot easier to explain, and I wouldn't have had to write 18 pages. Dark Souls 3 was far and away the easiest game in the trilogy for me. I died 53 times in total in Dark Souls 3, far less than my 91 in DS1, and 143 in DS2 Vanilla. Also, probably about 6 of those Dark Souls 3 deaths were just to the archers in the Ringed City, because I'm stubborn and didn't want to look up what to do. Mr. 2000 IQ can attest to that. And probably another 8 just the twin Solivan beasts before finally giving up, because fuck those things. For context, these were all essentially blind playthroughs. I haven't played or watched any of these games in a decade, and large parts of them I was also seeing for the first time, like all of the DLCs and many of the optional bosses and areas. I think I can attribute this game's ease to 5 factors. I know, it can never be simple, can Firstly, I played the Souls trilogy in order one after another, so I was bringing my legacy skill from having just played the first two. On top of that, what I would perhaps consider the largest factor is that this game's role is so comically overpowered that even dodging the never-ending deluge of unfair attacks is still somewhat easy for someone who has decent reaction time and knows how to roll properly. But even if you have no skill at all, there's still a very good chance that you'll dodge attacks, since if you just spam B, you're invincible for 50% of the time. There are 13 iframes in each roll, and each roll takes a total of 26 frames. This was impossible to do in the previous games due to more lingering hitboxes, fewer roll iframes, and crucially, each roll costing more than the negligible amount of stamina that rolls use up in DS3. Third, this game is barely half the length of the other two. My playthroughs of DS1 and 2 clocked in at 39 and 42 hours respectively. DS3, on the other hand, was an embarrassingly short journey by comparison. At barely 21 and a half hours. And yes, that's with killing every boss, including the DLC, and trying to take my time and explore every area thoroughly, just like I did with the other two games. Even my Demon's Souls playthrough was 27 hours, if you subtract the 5 hours of grinding for resources that I did off stream. This makes it easy to understand why they added so much artificial difficulty into this game. As usual, they were trying to pad out the playtime, and it seems to have worked, because my experience was far from the norm. According to the average times on how long to beat, Dark Souls 3 was 85% as long as the other games for most people, whereas for me, it was a mere 53%. There are also bonfires absolutely everywhere in this game. DS3 has just as many just as many bonfires as DS2, which is a vastly larger game. This again speaks to what I think is a fundamental misstep in this game's design. They tried to heavily reduce how punishing the game was compared to the previous Souls games, while vastly ramping up the difficulty and artificial difficulty, which breaks the careful balance that the first three Souls games walked. And it seems like they kept up with this design philosophy all the way until Shadow of the Erdtree, where even the community started to reach a breaking point. Let's get back on track, though. Finally, the last thing that made the game easier than the others was that unbeknownst to me at the time, I was using one of, if not the best weapon in the game for the latter half. Granted, this was also true of DS1, where I was using the Painting Guardian sword after getting to Anor Londo, which has some of the highest DPS output in the game, so that's why I'm listing it 5th. In DS3, I was using I was using the Mailbreaker up until Pontiff, but my damage was quickly becoming obsolete, so I started shopping for a replacement. You didn't think half the stream was going to be DS3, did you? The Sellsword Twin Blades combined low stamina usage with a quick moveset, decent crowd control, high base damage, and high scaling. For context, I don't use guides for these games. I like to actually play video games, not have IGN play them for me. I might look up a mechanic on the wiki if I have a question, or look up where to find a boss if it's really obscure, but that's it. No one told me this was the best weapon in the game, but no one had to. The fact that from a glance, this weapon was so obviously superior to everything else in the game once again speaks to DS3's blatantly terrible balance. Nothing else even remotely compared mathematically to this weapon's output. A weapon that I found on a corpse, not even really guarded, through regular play in the first third of the game. Actually, forget that, it's the starting weapon for the Mercenary class! For my money, the only other weapon in the entire series you can tell is vastly better than every other weapon in the game just by looking at it is the Meat Cleaver from Demon's Souls. Now sure, there are some very overpowered weapons in the other Souls games, but at least they're not so easy to obtain. The Meat Cleaver requires you to have at least beaten Flame Lurker, who is considered one of the hardest bosses in the game, not to mention that he's roughly halfway through the game, plus the stat investment required to wield it effectively is very high. The Black Knight Halberd in Dark Souls 1 you have a 30% chance to get at the beginning of the game, and if you don't get it, you're just shit out of luck. Not to mention it also has very high stat requirements. Then in DS2, all of the best weapons are in the DLCs, aside from the regular rapier, which you don't even know is good without a guide telling you so. Just based on its stats, if you don't know how powerful counter damage is in DS2, it just looks like a regular sword. So given those 5 factors, I found this game quite easy, and struggled with it by far the least of the Souls games. Only Demon's Souls was less difficult. Again, I would love for this to be a simple case of mad 'cause bad, but my distaste for Dark Souls 3 runs a lot deeper than that. Here's my issue with Dark Souls 3. It's not a Souls game. Everything that made a Souls game such is gone. No accessible tactical combat, no build variety, no lateral thinking allowing for creative solutions to problems, no fun area gimmicks that reward paying attention to the environment, no traps that you kick yourself for bumbling into, only traps that you have no way of foreseeing or avoiding, and no skillful gameplay. It's just a test of reaction time and patience. This seems like a game that's stuck between Sekiro and Bloodborne and has no idea what it wants to be. So it just ended up being a bad RPG. Or, generously, an RPG that should have just been a hack and slash, which is an enormous shift from 2 that has by far the most playstyle variety in the series. Now, with all that said, I don't hate everything about this game. Please don't think that. Some of the bosses are among my favorite in the series, like Lothric, the Demon Prince, Dragon Slayer Armor, Nameless King, Gale, and Soul of Cinder. But for every boss I like, there's 3 that either need an asterisk put on them, or they're a gimmick fight, which I typically enjoy, but don't find many in this game to be very fun, aside from Ancient Wyvern, which is sick, or they're just straight up terrible. Most of the crappy bosses are front-loaded as well, which gives me pause whenever I consider replaying the game, especially because DS3, unlike the other Souls games, is linear to a fault. Speaking of, in just this year alone, I've played Dark Souls 1 8 times. I've played Dark Souls 2 8 times as well, and most recently I've played Demon's Souls 5 times. But at the time of writing, I have yet to even complete a second playthrough of Dark Souls 3, because I just find it to be that unenjoyable and obnoxious to play, to the point where it falls below the threshold of what I could even, in good conscience, fully recommend. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I'd say Miyazaki made this game shitty on purpose so that he wouldn't have to work on another Dark Souls game. That's kind of what it feels like, but that sort of 5-head move is typically reserved for the Kojimas of the world. And Elden Ring's existence also dashes that hypothesis a bit. This game was one of my biggest disappointments of the year, because I thought it was going to be my favorite. It was the one I remembered most fondly from when I first played it, but frankly I can now see that that was due to this game being the most noob-friendly of the Souls games. Even with everything I don't like about it, I don't think Dark Souls 3 is a bad game on the whole, not by any means. But compared to the first 3 games in the series, DS3 is awful. It has atrocious levels, poor aesthetics, unengaging combat, broken mechanics, terrible balance, a monotonous soundtrack, and a narrative as tired as its world. As just a game, though, it's still pretty good. I'm putting Dark Souls 3 in the upper B tier. And going to the bathroom. And I'll let you guys rock out to some PS3 music while I'm doing that. We're done! We're done, boys! Nothing else is even, like, a quarter that long. Don't worry. Well, except for Half-Life 2, which turned into a 2.5-hour video. We'll get to that one. We'll get to that one. I just remembered I forgot to update the overall big list. So piss. I'll have to, I might see if I can edit this down and add that at the end. Knew I was forgetting something. I was literally editing up until like 11:55 p.m. or a.m. rather. This was a by the hair on my chinny chin chin type of thing, except if it was a lot shorter. I agree with most of your points on DS3. Music was good but forgettable in comparison to the other Souls games. No open starting area, just go to the bonfire and teleport to some linear levels for a while. Yeah. I mean, you have like very slight detours, like the Cathedral of the Deep, that you have to go through. But then, you know, back on to Farron Keep, linear. One or two side paths here and there, but, you know. Aside from Dancer, which you can fight early, which doesn't really have any effect. It's just an option that you can fight Dancer early. The game is incredibly linear. To a degree that is... to a degree that none of the other games even hold a candle to at all. At all. Channel my inner George Carlin. It's for sure my least favorite Souls game. Wow. My opinion is now validated by the mighty aggro. I'm just here saying words. And occasionally those words make sense. But I think we have heard enough of Dark Souls 3's soundtrack for the moment. For excellence in technical wizardry, aka the how the fuck did they even make this award, it is going to Gunstar Heroes. From what I have seen of Elden Ring, I am not expecting to like it. And that kind of came through in the Dark Souls 3 review. I've watched a fair bit of it. But I've not played it myself at all. It seems to have Dark Souls 3 design ramped up to 11. I also just don't like the open world for open world reasons that I have stated in the past. Oh, I should leave that up, that's right. Forgetting my whole format. Alright. Guys, we're talking about a different game. Holy shit. How many pages is the DS3 review? Let's just see real quick. 22. The DS3 review is 10 pages. That's a lot. That is a lot. Our next game is Demon's Souls. Perhaps you have heard of Demon's Souls from its OST being a fucking banger. Not the remake? Not the remake. Bit low. Oh baby. Fuck the remake, absolutely. Remake's a piece of shit. A pizza shit. Some might say. Get some Demon's Souls gameplay popping. God, finally get to talk about a different game. Thank Christ. That'll do. Just me jamming. Is it better now? Should be better now. I can turn it up more if need be. Oh yeah. I feel a special kinship. Oh, I played Demon's Souls on the PS3, of course. We are reviewing the 2009 version of Demon's Souls, not the dog shit awful remake by idiots and egomaniacs. Both in equal kind, or in equal measure, I should say. Perfect? Sweet. I feel a special kinship with Demon's Souls in that both in its design philosophy and its general weirdness, it feels much closer to Dark Souls 2 than any of the other Souls games. Going in, I had expected it to be a primitive prototype of what would eventually come to be known as Dark Souls 1. And while that is sometimes the case, Demon's Souls is so much more than that. Firstly, you have the world design. Aside from the starting level and the Tower Knight fog wall, you can tackle any of the 5 archstones in whichever order you please. This gives the game an astounding amount of replayability that is only truly surpassed by Dark Souls 2. Adding to this are the upgrade and world tendency systems. There are nigh as many upgrade paths as Dark Souls 1, and yet there are things here that we wouldn't see again until until Dark Souls 3, like Crushing, Sharp, Quality, Blessed, and Crescent trees, which allow you to increase your strength or dex scaling, balance your scaling between the two, or build around health or magic regen respectively. Hell, it even has something that never returned in the series, Fatal, which allows you to create a build based entirely around parries and backstabs. Demon's Souls' greatest innovation by far, however, is the world tendency system. For those unfamiliar, every time you die in body form, or you kill a human NPC, the world you're in gets a little more black, which makes the enemies stronger and eventually starts spawning in even more powerful enemies, including some unique mini-boss NPCs. However, defeating a boss, defeating one of said NPCs, or finding and smiting a primeval demon will swing the world tendency back towards white, which makes things easier for you, and once you get full white world tendency, you gain access to a friendly NPC or a previously inaccessible area in the world. Excuse me. There is unfortunately a design oversight with this system, however. If you kill your character in the hub world and stay in soul form, then aside from a 50% HP nerf, half of which can be negated very easily by using the first ring you find in the game, you can completely avoid the ill effects of dying. This tends to be what new players are told to do in order to prevent black world tendency, which I find rather regrettable since the world tendency system is utterly brilliant. Not only does it perfectly tie the gameplay to the narrative, but it also provides a very harsh punishment for failure, while at the same time daring you to keep going by giving you a number of outs to make the experience easier once more. Sorry, I lost my place. I really like the idea of a game where you have to get better at a quicker rate than the game gets harder, sort of like an elo system. The world of Demon's Souls is, for my money, a harsher place than that of Dark Souls, and as such, this game is not nearly as forgiving as the other Souls games. You have far more resource management, with limited healing items and stringent item drops to work with, and while enemies are fairly slow and predictable, they do monstrous damage, especially on Black World Tendency, where you'll practically get one-shot by just about anything. This game is also perfectly content to just murder you on occasion, and there is even a boss that has a move that permanently de-levels you. I mean, can you imagine the outrage if they put something like that in a modern game? Nobody has the cock and balls to do cool shit like that anymore, because they're so terrified of scaring off the modern audience. That said, because of the way this game is designed, I think if I played it as my first Souls experience, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it nearly as much. So I don't really blame the people like Yahtzee that bounced off of Demon's Souls when it first came out. This is an outstanding game to play after you've had some Souls experience, but if someone were to just hop into this game without playing any of the others beforehand, they're gonna be in for a really rough time, because this game doesn't hold your hand in the slightest. But that's a lot of why I loved it. A more hardcore experience like this, where these games can get back to their dungeon crawler roots, provides a wholly different, and for my money, far more engaging experience than the roll spam fests that the later FromSoft games became. To match this more thoughtful gameplay, you have levels that are crafted to give a specific sort of challenge that feels wholly unique to the rest of the series. It's hard to think of a weak level in this game, as they're all distinctly particular in feel, aesthetics, and design. Stop showing on the Nexus. I know, it's awesome. We need something for the people to watch. Demon's Souls nails its atmosphere more than perhaps any of the other Souls games. Every area is dripping with environmental storytelling and subtext, yet still function as engaging video game arenas. I especially enjoyed how, rather than using bonfires as checkpoints, various shortcuts are built into the environments themselves, and the designers still refrained from relying too heavily on elevators for shortcuts like we'd see in the later games. Finally, of course, there's the bosses, which are probably the most controversial part of the game. While there are some of your more typical Souls bosses like Flame Lurker, Penetrator Don't Laugh, and Allant, this game is far more willing than any of the other Souls titles to get experimental with its bosses. There's a stealth boss, a Zelda-esque weak point boss, a turret boss, a boss that can't even fight you, a boss that doesn't even want to fight you, a boss that heals infinitely, a boss that's blind, a boss that you need to use a specific sword to defeat. I mean, no two bosses feel alike whatsoever, and that's the beauty of it. Whereas in the other Souls games, you pretty much know what you're stepping into, behind a Demon's Souls fog wall could be just about anything, and that is so much more interesting to me than the alternative of, hey, here's a dude, roll his attacks and hit him until he dies. Unfortunately, though, that seems to be what the community wants, because whenever there's a boss like Gwendolyn, Executioner's Chariot, or Ancient Wyvern, everyone always throws a hissy fit, which is probably a contributing factor to why Souls bosses have become so homogenized. Listen, we can have Gale and Midir, alright? I promise, we'll still have plenty of them. But not every boss has to be Gale or Midir. Dark Souls bosses are at their best. Excuse me. Dark Souls bosses are at their best when they're trying to be unique, not just aesthetically, but mechanically. And that's why I love all of the Demon's Souls bosses. And I think it says a lot that the later Souls games have tried to chase the dragon of this game's bosses with fights like Pinwheel, Moonlight Butterfly, Priscilla, Yorm, Crystal Sage, Deacons, Greatwood, and Halflight, but have very rarely recaptured that magic. Now then, there are things that I don't like about Demon's Souls. The combat has its quirks compared to the later Souls games, like you'll often roll in a direction you're not pressing, which is a much rarer problem in DS1 and 2. Plus, even compared to the famously rushed Dark Souls 1, there are still a few enemies in this game, compared to the other three that are seemingly unfinished. The grinding is also by far the worst in the series. Yet, none of that really bothers me very much. I adore this game, far more so than I had thought possible when I was going into it, and it strongly competes for my second favorite Souls game. Just like Dark Souls 1 and 2, I've played this game half to death this year, and yet I still get the daily urge to hop back in for another run. Demon's Souls is S tier. Oh yes. Ah, God. It's so refreshing to talk about a game I like after Dark Souls 3. I had to get a guy to drop me one of the items for the plat back in the day. I'm sure it was a 1% drop or something. Yeah. No, it's for almost every build in that game, especially if you don't know how to perfectly, flawlessly manipulate the world tendency, then you're going to be grinding a lot. And yeah, that is a system that just isn't all that well explained, unfortunately. So, I think there could have been a slightly more detailed blurb about world tendency in the tutorial, saying something like, you know, if you die in body form, then shit gets harder, but you get more souls and more drops, and vice versa. Something like that. It would have been nice. Unfortunately, we must move on from the Demon Souls soundtrack. I'm so sorry. So sorry. The Aggroed Award for Best Narrative and Ludonarrative goes to
by ones who would cozen fate herself. They are the ones who created me. But they failed. Fate would not be bested, and men were cursed once again.
Fire came to be, and with it, disparity. And the brighter the flame, the deeper the shadow.
We are bound by this yoke. As true as the dark that churns within men. What do you want, truly?
oh, got the chills in my spine. Yeah. Whew. We'll talk about a bit more about Dark Souls 2's narrative at some point. Certainly at some point. Nope, I need to keep that up, actually. I won't make you watch the whole thing again. My apologies. I need to take a phone My apologies. Yeah, the Estrella boss encounter is all of it. Just everything about it. The music, the aesthetics, the fight itself with Garl Vinland, and how it ends. I don't want to spoil how the boss fight ends for anyone that hasn't played the game. Fucking absolute cinema. Like it's easily one of the most memorable boss fights in the whole tetralogy for me, without a doubt. I love it so much. All right. Where was I? I believe we were moving on to Donkey Kong Country 2. Oh yes, indeed. Thank you for taking you into consideration. What do you mean? To what do you refer? Oh, I lost my other shit. No. I'm sorry, no more of that. I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, not spoiling. Sure. Yeah, I think most people, ideally, most people with functioning brains, if they're watching a ranking of a game, this is probably a touch loud here, I imagine. Yeah, probably a bit better. If they're watching someone rank a game, then they're expecting to be spoiled on it to some degree, but I want to try and keep it spoiler free if possible, because these videos also act as recommendation videos. So I get it. I do get it indeed. And we did get Demon Souls up there on the board. Sweet. All right. Diddy's Conquest is a masterpiece. I have a couple things to say, but I generally would agree with that sentiment. Donkey Kong Country 2 makes a number of improvements on the first entry in the series, which in and of itself is nearly a perfect game in my mind. Diddy's Conquest oh my god, I just got that. DKC2 is roughly twice as long as the first game. The design of the bosses has been vastly improved, and there's a much better balance in usefulness between the two apes. Whereas using Donkey Kong felt like a handicap in the first game, here I found myself frequently switching between Diddy and Dixie depending on the level and situation. So why then was I finding myself enjoying this game a bit less than the first? Well, I don't have the most concrete answer for you, but there were a couple things that irked me. First is that I just prefer the music and aesthetics of the first game. Apologies. The environments of the first game were a lot more beautiful and varied to me. I mean, did we really need 3 super long hive levels? Plus, I preferred the nature versus technology theme that you had going on, whereas this game's levels seem a bit all over the place, not even really committing to the pirate theme all that strongly. But relax, random person, just hear me out. As well, outside of the obvious standouts like Sticker Brush, Symphony, and Hothead Bop, there weren't as many tracks this time around that had me either entranced or bouncing along to the beat. This game also introduces a fair bit more trial and error design than its predecessor. It first becomes really noticeable in Gusty Glade, where the wind is so unpredictable that your first few times through that level feel like sheer luck whether you make it to the end or not. Then, in the last third of the game especially, you have an uptick in first-time player traps, and sections that no human being could do on the first try. It wasn't horrible in this respect, but this lesser design certainly made the last 10 or so levels more of a slog than they needed to be. Finally, and I think this is my biggest contention with the game, the secrets no longer help you in practical terms, i.e. you don't get more lives from them. This makes the game a lot more tedious and frustrating because you have vastly fewer lives to work with in the first entry, while at the same time, robbing secrets of their meaning. It's ass-backward design. Whenever you found a secret in the first game, it was really cool because it helped you get through the levels easier and have fewer setbacks. Finding a really good secret was an absolute godsend when you were stuck on a level in Donkey Kong Country, because you'd get more lives, a useful shortcut, or a powerful animal buddy that would help you complete the level. DKC2's secrets don't give you any bonuses like that, though. What this means for the gameplay is that the lives you have to complete the game are cut in half, literally. If we look at the most popular 100% long plays of the first and second games, both by X-Raven XP, they are playing the games optimally, not getting hit, not dying, getting all the secrets, and yet it takes them nearly exactly twice as long to max out their lives in the second game compared to the first. I'm expecting it to get good. Now in DKC2, instead of getting more lives from secrets, you just get tokens, which you can then spend on hints to find more secrets. That's another issue, is that secrets were typically a lot easier to find in the first game. You still had your really obscure secrets, of course, but the prevalence of invisible secrets excuse me, but the prevalence of invisible secrets, walls that should kill you but don't, secrets that you have to go outside of the bounds of play to find, etc., has certainly increased compared to the first game. And it all ends up feeling a little cheap. I guarantee this was not fun for anyone that attempted to 102% it without a guide. And again, this is creating the problem and selling the solution. We're going to make a bunch of absurdly obscure secrets that no one could ever find naturally, and then add a bunch of hints to help you get the secrets? How about, instead of that, just have secrets that are fun to find in their own right? Especially because, you know, they help you. I still really enjoyed this game on the whole, and I imagine that it's a lot more fun on subsequent playthroughs. But to me, I still enjoy the design, music, and aesthetics of the original more. For now, I am putting Donkey Kong Country 2 in the upper A tier. High upper A tier, I should say. You gotta learn the rhythm, it's not that bad. In most of the stages, it is not that bad. There are a specific few toward the end of the game that are pretty bad. The fact that you always reset with 5 lives is rough. It's just that, like, okay, so for example, like, I'm having trouble with a stage. In Donkey Kong 1, I'm having trouble. I find a secret, and it gives me a, like, espresso token, let's say. I get 3 of those, and it's like, oh, sweet. I can get, like, 5 lives out of that, or 8, actually, if you know about the secret doubling, which I didn't know about until a few days ago. It's like, awesome. That is such a godsend, such a boon. And, like, that'll help you complete the level so much quicker. But, yeah, the lives that you have are literally cut in half. So it makes the game a lot more frustrating in that way. Now, granted, and I forgot to put this in the review, but you do have a lot more save opportunities, which somewhat makes up for that. You don't have any, like, super long stretches where you have to do, like, snow barrel blast and then, like, 3 or 4 stages after that to get to a save point. Because you can go back and burn your tokens to save pretty much whenever you want. That's good. But it feels like a band-aid on a problem that shouldn't be there, right? Know about the last level and the wind passage? Yeah. The tower, the auto-scroller level was another one that had some first-time player traps. and it's not like I'm saying that the design is vastly worse than the first game. But I did find it to be noticeably not as tight. Whereas I don't think Donkey Kong Country 1 has a single first-time player trap in the entire game, except for if you use Espresso on Snow Barrel Blast, there's a jump that's very, very difficult to make. That should have been designed better. Also, in addition, you have something I kind of forgot to say. I think you do have a bit more level repetition, and that's just due to the game being twice as long, but you still have the, 8 megabyte limit on the SNES cartridges, something like that. So it ended up having a bit more repetition, I think. I have not objectively confirmed that, but that was my that was the feeling that I was getting while playing through it. But yeah, obviously, this is right below Panzer Dragoon in my big list. That's really, really, really high. So I'm not trying to shit on the game at all. But there were some aspects of it that I didn't like. All right. Now that I've alienated everybody, the award for, what do you mean by repetition? I mean the level palettes, right? There are 3 hive levels. I know that. How many bramble levels are there? There's at least 2 or 3. I can think of at least 3. So yeah, I think the level palettes got reused a bit more than the first game, just because it was twice as long. DKC 1 was way worse in that regard. You may be correct. I may just have rose-colored glasses. I did just play it pretty recently, but yeah, you could be absolutely correct. My apologies if that is the case. I should have gone through and ran the numbers myself, but I run out of time. All right, the award for the most unique game of the year in 2025 is going to a game that we'll see a bit later on. Oh yes. Oh, baby. As those who know the alphabet would tell you, we will get to that game a bit later. The last world of DKC was only cave levels. We can give that a check-see. Give that a check-see right now. Yep. Close enough. The pallet was in a cave, yes. After this boss, you have auto-scroller, cave, mine, also mine, but in the dark, and another auto-scroller. So, yeah, it is lacking variety there. Yeah, sometime I will go through and check to see how much the levels repeat in each game. Today is not that day. Excuse me. All right, our next game is Gunstar Heroes, which I played on web-based emulator even though I do own it on the Genesis Mini 2, I want to say, or the Mini 1. Actually, hold on, I can check. Oh, God, because I made a spreadsheet. Oh, yes. On the Mini 1. Yep. Sweet. Alright, Gunstar Heroes. Get that popping. Yep. How far are we in the stream, by the way? Here it is. 3 hours? Okay. I was kind of expecting like 4 or 4.5. Something like that. I know DS3 took a long time. Probably turn that up a bit. All right. Gunstar Heroes. Excuse me. After just a few minutes of play, it was immediately clear to me why Gunstar Heroes is touted as a genre classic, and one of the best games on the Genesis. The controls are tight, the visuals have a unique identity, not to mention being utterly mind-blowing from a technological standpoint, and while the OST doesn't have many tracks that will get stuck in your head, it still provides some bump and backing to the action. And that's all you can really ask for. All of that is, of course, on top of the basic gameplay that is very similar to Contra 3, but Gunstar Heroes adds melee attacks along with its primary claim to fame, the weapon system, which allows for not just carrying multiple guns at once, but combining them into an even more powerful weapon with unique effects, giving you up to 16 different guns to try out. Unfortunately, I can't really say that the weapons in combination with the level and boss design are unique enough to really force you into different playstyles. Some of the bosses and areas reward experimentation with different weapons, but for the most part, if you find a single good weapon that you like, it can carry you through the whole game. The weapons also don't seem all that well balanced. The single or double chaser, or chaser plus anything, is crazy overpowered. Especially the chaser plus lightning will practically beat the game for you. This is probably a good time to bring up that given how much more leeway you're afforded in comparison to Contra by having a sizable health bar, this game is quite easy for a run and gun, at least on normal difficulty. But thankfully Gunstar Heroes does provide 4 robust difficulty modes to choose from that range from baby's first side-scroller to absolute Ikaruga brutality. I'd expect nothing less from Treasure. However, from what I can tell at least, these difficulty levels don't have much These difficulty levels don't have much effect on the shmup stage, which is a dreadfully boring interlude on normal, and similarly so even on expert. All that said though, I really only have one major criticism for this game that I think would have improved it dramatically. I really wish you could switch from static shooting to shooting while moving in the pause menu or with a special input. As it is, you're locked into one or the other from the start, and almost every weapon is hampered by one or the other. Not being able to switch on the fly not only reduces player experimentation and therein gameplay variety, but also makes it feel like you're being needlessly hampered half the time. It's a shame that the game can't be configured to use the Genesis 6-button pad that came out the same year. Thankfully, they added the ability to switch your controls on the fly in Alien Soldier, and it's an absolute godsend. That major misstep aside, Gunstar Heroes is an excellent game, and makes for not only a perfect starting point for those looking to dip their toe into the genre, but also provides a more than hearty challenge for run-and-gun devotees. Gunstar Heroes is going into the A+ tier. Oh yes. Now, as some of you may know, I did also play Half-Life 2 and both of its episodes this year, and I'll be releasing a full video on them in hopefully a short amount of time. I have the script is finished, and I have begun the editing process. So no ETA on that, but hopefully sometime relatively soon. Until then, I am giving Half-Life 2 a B-, Episode 1 a B, and Episode 2 another B-. You think that's ridiculous? You already disliked the video and left? Well, I'll make you a deal. Go play a real shooter, Halo 1, original release, on Heroic, on console, and once you've done that, realize that that is probably the worst Halo. I accept all forms of apologies, be they written or verbal. Thank you very much. Speaking of which, the most overrated game of the year, aka the Normie Trash Award, goes to none other than Half-Life 2. I would just like to point out, this is on normal difficulty. You heard that right. Normal intended difficulty. But we will have a lot to say about that game in the coming months. Fear not. Blasphemy, I know. I actually played Half-Life 2 and then it wasn't good. Maybe you should play on hard then? See, Half-Life 1 didn't require me to play on hard to have an engaging experience, because Half-Life 1 has good AI. Am I still doing the enslaved video? Maybe. Yeah, the enslaved video is pretty deep into the script, but it hasn't started the editing process at all. The Half-Life 2 video will come first, regardless, and then I am undecided as to whether I'm going to scrap the enslaved video or not. I haven't even looked at that script in like a year and a half, so if I still have anything, or if year and a half ago me wasn't a complete loon, then I'll see about picking that up again after the Half-Life 2 video is finished. So, short answer, enslaved is a B. That hasn't changed from my 2023 ranking video. All right, moving on. Now that I've alienated everyone again, our next game. I don't do this on purpose. I promise I don't. I'm a real person with real opinions. There are a lot of games that I like, and there are a lot of games I don't like. I don't like just anything, and I don't hate just everything. But our next game is Inversion. Which the OST is not available. So, yeah. We have a game title screen. That's all we got. That's all we got in regards to music. My apologies on that front. This game is somewhat obscure. Kind of skip, probably, yeah. Right around there-ish. Didn't play HL2 roleplay Gmod servers? You didn't beat the game? Yeah, one of the best things I can say about Half-Life 2 is that we got Gmod out of it. And by God, did I watch a lot of Trouble in Terrorist Town, The Hidden, Prop Hunt, with Scene-Anners back in the day. Before the dark times. Before the Empire. Anyway, Inversion. I played on the 360, I played it on normal difficulty. Inversion, Let me try to get to gameplay here. Oh, Abadu-kun. I used his footage before. Nice. Inversion is what would happen if you made a game and music video of the first 3 Gears of War games, handed it to an AI, and said, make something like that. Everything from the story, to the 2 leads, to the tone, to the weapons, to the enemies, to the aesthetics, to the music, to the crosshairs, to the UI, to the logo, I mean everything, is meant to steal as much and as closely from Gears of War as Saber Interactive could legally get away with. What you might find surprising then is that they clearly did their homework, because as far as Gears of War clones go, this ain't half bad. The game feel is genuinely on point. The environments have a lot of care put into them, the weapons, though they are few, are all fun to use, and they have decent enough audio design. I mean, honestly, this is a perfectly playable video game, which is more than you would expect given its critical and audience reception. Yes, it is a Gears of War clone through and through, but if you're going to rip something off wholesale, then at least rip off something good and rip it off well, and that is for the most part what Inversion has done. You don't have as many movement options, the enemy AI isn't nearly as good, the characters are far less likable, and you don't have an iconic weapon like the Lancer to build the sandbox around. But on the other hand, this is about as close to Gears of War at home as anyone has gotten. Even though this game would make any copyright attorney drool uncontrollably, Inversion does still bring some of its own ideas to the table, in particular with its gravity manipulation. Yeah, skip a bit forward here so we can hopefully get some footage of that. We'll see. Similar to Half-Life 2's gravity gun, you can pull objects, enemies, or guns toward you, or blast them across the arena. This system is not only surprisingly intuitive, but as I will discuss in the Half-Life 2 video, actually far more functional than its inspiration. They also combine this with frequent modifications in environmental gravity that shake up the combat plane. This system, combined with the impressive amount of environmental destruction, meant that for the runtime I was really enjoying this game. One of the biggest downsides of Inversion, however, is that it has no local co-op and no system link support, which was an unfortunately all too pervasive trend for 2-player games in the 7th generation. So unless you can get it working through X-Link Kai, which I have yet to attempt, this is a strictly single-player experience. Another sticking point I imagine some people will have is that this game doesn't possess a good default difficulty. Normal difficulty feels much akin to hardcore in the Gears games, if not a mite tougher, and there are significant difficulty spikes toward the middle and end of the game. You die very quickly, and some of the enemies can get really oppressive. This is especially true during the boss fights, which usually consisted of me frantically running around while barely surviving. Sorry, we got back on the Dark Souls music for a second there. Oh, we'll get there, don't worry. Don't worry, random person. As someone who played Gears competitively back in the day, this made the game a perfect level of challenge for me, but for someone who isn't a veteran of the genre, I'd recommend parking it on easy. All in all, Inversion is certainly better than its reputation would suggest. It's a gory, over-the-top, fast-paced shooter, just like its inspiration. Is it worth seeking out on its own merits? No. But if you find yourself bored with 6 hours and $5 to burn over the weekend, is it worth a play? Yeah, sure. I'm going to stick Inversion in the mid-Bs. Oh, sorry, that's Half-Life. Mid-Bs. It's the Dark Souls of Gears of War clones. Perhaps. Perhaps. You're not too off there. Oh, God. Okay, I saw what our next one is. Since I forgot to put it in anywhere, the award for Best Mechanic of the year goes to Following and Human Effigies in Dark Souls 2, with the runners-up being World Tendency in Demon Souls and Bullet Parries in Wild Guns. Alright. Good thing that was a short one because we don't have much music that is available to us. Our next game is Medal of Honor Pacific Assault. Alright. Got right there-ish is good. Did you put Dark Souls 3 in S tier? No, I put it in B+ tier. Dark Souls 3 is right here, right below Ninja Gaiden 2. Up top we have Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, Dark Souls 1, and Demon Souls. Hopefully that music volume's good. It should pick up a bit. Alright. We're going to go a bit out of order here and tackle Pacific Assault first for reasons that will become obvious. So let's just get into it. First and foremost, this game is extremely buggy. Missions don't proc properly, scripts break, allies don't do what you tell them, including refusing to heal you, which we'll get there. The amount of pop-in is worse than the Halo D-Make. It's completely ubiquitous. The grounded geometry isn't rounded off, which causes your player character to constantly snap their head in different directions while moving around, which is utterly nauseating. You're confused there? No, you're alright. I was doing that that series of pictures very, very quickly right before the stream, so they're a bit low quality. My apologies on that front. The audio constantly bugs out, including one mission where the audio broke entirely until I reloaded the game. I mean, this entire game feels like it's still in pre-alpha. It's one of the most broken games I've played in a very long time. Unfortunately, though, the problems have only just begun. The enemies are absurdly bullet spongy, more so than I've seen in practically any World War II shooter. Enemy soldiers can take multiple bolt-action rifle shots to the head and keep on ticking. I mean, the whole thing feels like a Japanese propaganda piece. This is the Pacific Theater, by the way, if that wasn't clear by the title of the video game. We are fighting the Japanese. This amount of enemy HP makes the clown car syndrome that is typical of World War shooters, and present here as well, even more unbearable. If you really want to get down to it, the basic gunplay is some of the worst I've ever experienced. The enemy hitboxes are terrible. The game also seems to have the ADS bug that Black Ops 1 had, where large amounts of your bullets just won't do anything while ADSing. So even with bolt-action rifles, it's preferable to just hip fire, as we're seeing our main man mostly do. You'll almost never know who's shooting at you in this game because the hit indicator is completely broken. It usually tells you the exact opposite direction you're getting shot from. The Japanese did especially horrible things during World War II. Most of the actors in World War II did especially horrible things. But yes, I am aware of Unit 731. But we also treated the Japanese very poorly. Excuse me. Pacific Assault also has the worst aim punch system known to man. Whenever you get shot, instead of rocking your aim like it would in any other shooter, it physically knocks your character back, making it impossible to retaliate. It is so fucking annoying. What brain-dead Nepo hire decided to put this in the game, man? And the grenades! Oh my god, the grenades. Whenever something explodes, you'll be shell-shocked for 5 seconds straight, and can't defend yourself. Which is going to be happening a hell of a lot because the enemies chuck grenades like this is a World at War on veteran. Not to mention, Pacific Assault has the slowest movement speed of any first-person shooter in history, which makes getting away from said grenades nearly impossible. When you're shooting in Pacific Assault, it plays a sound like you're hitting something. Pretty standard in most shooters of the era, but it plays that sound all the time. So that, combined with the lack of hit markers, mean that you never know when you're actually hitting someone, or if the weapons are randomly deciding to do no damage again. I often had to switch weapons between weapons to deal with all the bonsai charges, but the game often refuses to switch weapons, or will switch to the weapon I'm currently holding. Speaking of weapons, I hope you really like the Arasaka and Type 100, because that's about all you'll be able to find ammo for throughout the entire game. There are also plenty of just god-awful sections that weren't playtested at all, like trying to shoot down zeros with a bar that's half impossible even on normal difficulty. This while you're a sitting duck in a pontoon boat. Or there's an AA section at an airfield where you have to defend some hangars, but you can't tell which planes are American and Japanese because they both look nearly identical. And whenever you shoot, it blurs your screen so you can't see what you're shooting at, on top of the hitboxes not working at all. Unsurprising. It's realistic, yeah. There you go. Then sometimes the game just insta-killed me out of nowhere, no matter how many planes I shot down. One of the biggest issues this game has is that your healing is severely finite, as there's no way to replenish throughout the levels. But even worse is that said healing has to be administered via your squad's medic. You call out to him, and he occasionally saunters over after 10 or 15 seconds, if he's not healing an NPC, and if he doesn't just ignore you for the entire level, which happened to me multiple times. Then he starts bandaging you. The animation takes years off your life, and there's almost no alternative healing anywhere. Even more realistic. I think we are starting to see why realism in video games is not always the way to go. But it just gets worse. Sometimes he'll do the animation and use one of his bandages, but it just won't heal you, wasting your extremely limited resources. Aside from your medic, the other members of your squad do absolutely nothing, as always. I don't think I saw them shoot a single enemy the entire time I played. What they will do is charge out into the open and soak up as much damage as possible and then die on the spot, meaning that your medic will have to go out and save them, which prevents him from healing you. And also the medic can get downed as well, which doesn't result in a game over. I believe he just heals himself and gets up on his own, but it prevents you from being healed. Of course, your teammates can be healed an infinite number of times, but you only get 3 bandages per mission. When your squad isn't running out and dying, though, they're usually doing everything that they possibly can to grief you. Allies are constantly barking orders, but the audio design is so horrible that you can never hear a single word they're saying, which makes it practically impossible to play with your HUD disabled, which I like to do in World War II games because immersion. In the rare instances when you can hear them after the gunfire dies down a bit, your teammates will often goad you into a false sense of security by saying that there are no more enemies in the area, when there are probably still 10 of them just a few feet in front of you. The immortal medic could have just soloed the entire mission. He could have. Why am I even playing? I asked myself that question many times while playing, actually. Many times. Give you guys a different palette here. Oh, no, same palette. There we go. The devs also tried to shove a whole pack of squad mates into these tiny little levels, meaning that they're constantly bumping into you, pushing you out into the open, and taking up every single piece of decent cover. Speaking of, hitboxes on environmental objects are very inflated, leading to you shooting the thing you're hiding behind more often than the enemy, so you have to swing out of cover really far to actually be able to shoot anything. Not that cover even matters much, because you frequently get shot through rocks and hard buildings anyway. Were medics allowed to carry guns back then? I would assume so, yes. Right? I don't know for sure. One of the sections I nearly stopped playing at has got to be the worst counter-sniper section of all time. You have to kill a dude to get his sniper rifle, but you start getting aimbotted before you even turn the corner into the sniper's line of fire, and by the time you've killed the enemy and picked up the sniper rifle, you've already taken at least 1 or 2 bullets. Then damage is unavoidable, so just pray that you have enough health to bulldoze your way through. My phone turned off. Despite the snipers only being a few feet away from you, you can't hear their bullets at all, and their rifles have less muzzle flash than a BB gun. Just pure trial and error until you memorize every one of their positions, and then barely kill them before they aimbot you to death. After testing it more, I think for whatever reason when you turn down the master volume, the sounds of the enemy's weapons specifically get turned down way more than the other sound effects. That's of course not the only settings bug. music in loading screens isn't tied to master volume, so you get blasted every time you start a new level. Basically, the audio settings are worthless. Thankfully, the game gets a bit better. I very much stress a bit better in the second half, if only because you get the Thompson and M1 Garand, which are actually capable of killing things. But if you thought the game couldn't get any worse, you are wrong. So wrong. The fucking plane mission, man. The fucking plane mission. They carried pistols in the Pacific because the Japanese targeted them. In Europe, they were usually not. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a war crime back then. Still back then to target medics. Fucking plane mission. I wish I had the rest of that clip, like another like 5 seconds of that clip, because I literally just gave up. I literally just gave up and let myself crash. Oh my god, bro! Like, if it wasn't hard enough to control, and if the enemies didn't aimbot the fuck out of you with your very limited health pool, the Japanese Zeros are just completely invincible sometimes. Yay! After that mission... After that mission, I'm done. It's just, it's over. Even I have my limits. This game is completely unplayable. It's so bad, I had a page and a half of notes on how bad it is. Of the dozens of World War II shooters I've played, and the more than 100 FPS games I've played generally, Pacific Assault is easily the worst, and I can't force myself to attempt to play it any further. No wonder EA gave it away for free, because you couldn't pay me to play this broken dog shit. Is there anything good about this game? Surprisingly, yes. The sound effects, especially on some weapons like the M1 carbine and Model 11 shotgun, are really strong. Though that doesn't make up for the shotgun being utterly worthless. I'm getting flashbacks, man. I'm going back there. Also, the soundtrack, despite not being composed by Michael Giacchino, is absolutely excellent. It's such a shame, then, that the game those things are attached to is such an unbelievable piece of shit. Medal of Honor Pacific Assault is the lowest of the low. It receives the worst rating that my scale is capable of producing. DNF did not finish. Maybe the game is actually anti-war propaganda. That's a very good point. Very good point. It's just like war games. The message of the game is that there is no winning in war. Because you literally can't win the game. It's like half impossible. And I could do it, but after that plane mission, I was done. I was absolutely done. So, I know you're, oh, wait. Ah, dang, I missed one. Unfortunate. Well, I don't have a clip for this, probably because I was running out of trailers, but the most underrated game of the year, aka the Everyone is an Idiot Except for Me award, goes to, can you guess? Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. The runners-up being Prince of Persia, Warrior Within, and Demon's Souls. Alright, moving on. We have another Medal of Honor game. Medal of Honor Heroes 2. Get a Wii. Get some Wii going. So this did come out on the PSP. I played it on the Wii. With the Wii Zapper. Alright. I was gonna say, does it really matter if we get the the Heroes 2 OST? It's fine, we'll get it. Oh, they actually do not have it posted, so we will keep on the Pacific Assault OST. My apologies on that front. Sorry. Alright. Medal of Honor Heroes 2 on the Wii with the Zapper. After the utter shit show that was Pacific Assault, I still hadn't had my World War II shooter fix. So I looked across my shelf and found Heroes 2. A World War II FPS on the Wii, and it has Zapper support. I mean, I don't expect it to be a masterpiece, but it should at least provide a few hours of fun, right? Right? I had no idea what I was in for. It started off well enough. The guns all sounded pretty good, especially the MG42 sounds amazing. With the Zapper configuration, the motion controls worked decently enough, and the control scheme was usable. The major motion controls are that, along with aiming, you swing the Zapper down to reload, and tilt the Zapper to either side to peek out of cover while ADSing. Problem being that just by moving the Zapper around, you're always going to be tilting it a little bit, so this system never really felt all that natural, even after hours of play. Generally though, the first mission was a fair bit of fun, especially because I was still getting a handle on the controls. But after that, the bullshit really started piling up. If you'd like to have any context, any kind of context to the people you're killing in a World War II shooter, then play a different game. You're not told what year it is, where you are, nothing. The closest the game gets to telling you what's happening is the first mission, creatively titled Beach, where your commanding officer says you are going in with the 5th Ranger Battalion. So maybe this is Omaha Beach, the 5th Rangers were part of that battle, but maybe it's some other beach. Could be Daytona for all we know. Part of what made this series good is that it wasn't all mindless action, it was part history lesson as well. They used real footage to give you some background info and bring you further into the setting. But now, history? Who cares about that nerd crap? Just shoot some Nazis, you craven pansy. The enemies, thankfully, aren't too spongy here, or at least not nearly as bad as Pacific Assault. But they're more defensive than your average blue skyer. It takes an eternity for them to poke their heads up for half a second to give you a chance to shoot them. There were plenty of times where I'd get shot by a dude that I had no idea was even in the room because he'd just sat behind cover for 30 seconds straight. Excuse me. This game also has very little ammo in it. You get ammo drops from enemies fairly regularly, but the pouches despawn in mere seconds. You get ammo So you have to constantly sprint out into enemy fire and somehow not die in order to get more ammo. This is such an issue because the enemies have god-tier aim, and you die incredibly quickly on normal difficulty. Just peeking out of cover for a second or two will have your screen light up red. It always feels like you're barely surviving in this game. On top of that, Heroes 2 has the worst clown car syndrome I have ever seen in any game, bar none. It's immersion, you're a soldier, you don't know what's going on. Yeah. Follow orders, bitch. The worst clown car syndrome of all time. I mean, you'll shoot a guy, and then before you've even reloaded, another dude will have already come to take his place, and it's never ending. This is especially true of all the MG42s in the game. You're forced to kill a couple people, immediately move up, kill a couple more, immediately move up, and just pray that you can get some more ammo before you run out. What makes this even worse? The gunplay is total RNG. Every weapon in this game is ludicrously inaccurate. I can't shoot a dude with an M1 Garand at 15 meters. I had a clip of this, but I unfortunately misplaced it. I literally, like, very carefully aim at the dude's head, like 15 meters away, or for us Americans, that's like about 50 feet. 50 feet away, aim right at his head. He's directly in the center. His head is directly in the center of my crosshair. I shoot, and I just watch the bullet go, boom, like an M1 Garand, 30-06 at 50 feet. It's insane. Not even the sniper rifles are accurate. You would think that only hip firing would be so inaccurate, but even this, but that's precisely it. ADSing doesn't appear to increase accuracy hardly at all. I actually found that it was better to hip fire in most scenarios instead of trying to mess around with the clunky ADS system. He was a Jedi. Yeah, he was Magneto. After Magneto survived the Holocaust, he became a Nazi soldier. I'm not sure if this tracks. Jesus. I actually found that it was better to hip fire in most scenarios instead of trying to mess around with the clunky ADS system. Heroes 2 also has the worst shotgun in any game, and that's including Pacific Assault, by the way. It does 0 damage, and if you try to ADS with it, after you fire, it locks your character into place until you slowly pump the action, leaving you vulnerable to enemy fire. Like, you're just leaning out of cover, and you can't move. You can't do anything until he takes like a second and a quarter to pump the action of the shotgun. It's insane. Ugh. What happens when you try to use normal guns against a Jedi? I don't know. You should ask HK47 that question. He'll know. He'll know. Oh my god, and the sniper rifles, they feel like you're aiming through concrete. If you're scoped in, they move so goddamn slow. It's almost better to just no-scope with them, because if you scope in, you'll die before you can even get an enemy sighted. Oh, but we're not done yet. You thought the guns were useless. Try the grenades. You have to mark out where you want to throw a grenade, and then swing the zapper down to throw. But then, the grenades don't even go where you marked out! They go all over the damn place! Plus, you can only throw about 12 meters tops. I mean, Steve Rogers pre-steroids could outthrow your character in this game. And of course, the grenades have a pathetic AoE. What a joke, man. Similar to Pacific Assault, you're also constantly getting shot around corners and through cover. There was one section where I was trying to get past an MG42, which, remember, can't kill him, and had to go from cover to cover from one dragon's tooth to another, and even though my head was fully covered up, I was still getting drilled by the gunner and my health couldn't regen. The only way I could find to beat it was using the old Halo tactic of looking at the floor to hide a bit more of my head hitbox. And yeah, you might think, excuse me, and yeah, you might think, oh, this game has regenerating health, then come on, it can't be that bad. Oh, it can. I'd vastly prefer having a health bar because at least then I'd have some resources to rely upon, instead of getting mowed down in half a second whenever I get caught in the open, or whenever the devs decide to spring their next malicious death trap. And at least I wouldn't have to sit behind cover for 5 seconds waiting for the dumbass red vignette to go away after every time I poke my head out to take a pot shot. Speaking of which, I haven't seen developers. I'm about to do it. I'm about to do it, boys. I'm about to invoke the devil himself once more. I haven't seen developers have this much open contempt for the player since Jak 2. Almost every portion of every level is designed to be unfair. So trust me when I say I could give examples till you all decided to reenact Hitler's death. So let me give you just a couple. In the second mission, Port, you have to blow up a U-boat, and to do that, you plant a bomb on the bow of the ship. But after you do so, the game spawns like 4 enemies on the side of the ship, all shooting at you, and another 4 rush the sub to try to kill you. This in a game where running into 3 soldiers in the open means almost certain death. So while the timer for the bomb is ticking down, you have to mow your way through the enemies blocking your escape, and then somehow get behind cover and live. This took me a good 15 tries, and of course, one of the early attempts where I did make it back to cover, I got shot through cover and died. Awesome. How about another one? In the 3rd mission, City, no, I'm not making these names up, you have to destroy some AA guns. I think we're actually nearly there in the clip. See if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. Here we fucking go. Somewhere around there. Excuse me. Give me one moment here. Find where it was. You have to destroy some AA guns. To do this, you need to hop on some artillery in the middle of a plaza, slowly rotate it to where you need to shoot, and then blow up the guns. All this while enemy soldiers endlessly pour out of the streets ahead of you. One of them onto an MG42, which, remember, even if you kill him, he'll instantly get replaced not 5 seconds later. I can't imagine how bad this must have been on PSP. Yeah, like, having the Wii as a controller, it's not great, but it definitely gave you more accuracy than I would imagine a nubbin would, that's for sure. Ugh, man. But I don't know, I haven't played the PSP version. Maybe it's better. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows at this point? Remember, you can't kill the MG42 gunners. And of course, you have to position the artillery so that your back is turned to the MG42. Brilliant. So basically, you do this section by first trying to clear out a couple enemies, then kill the MG42 gunner, immediately hop on the artillery, try to swivel it a couple feet before immediately hopping off, and just maybe, through the grace of God, you'll be able to get back to cover before you get mowed down by the next MG42 gunner. Do this about 20 times, and mission accomplished, soldier. What in the ass-fuck Jordan is wrong with you imbeciles? There's so much shit like this, too. Those are far from the worst examples. The only 2 missions in the whole game that weren't a constant procession of bullfuckery were the beach and the monastery. They must have had some new guy that still possessed a soul work on those 2. Yeah, the first one had online multiplayer on PSP. I actually reviewed that one in part 1. It was awful but fun, yeah. Yeah, the campaign of that game was unbelievably bare bones, but it was playable, which is more than I could say for the other 3 Medal of Honors I've played this year. Oh man. You know how else this game likes to cheat you into a fail state? Hey, why not just break the most sacred rule of first-person shooters and spawn people behind you in places you've already cleared? Which is even more asinine because you could grow a beard quicker than you could turn around in this fuckfest. Oh shit, I did. Isn't that fun, guys? Doesn't that keep you on your toes? And what happens, ladies and gentlemen, every time you die? What do you think? What do you think? You get sent back to the last checkpoint, losing anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes of progress. This game is extremely stingy with checkpoints to ensure that you have to redo as much of the game as possible, especially because you often don't get checkpoints after the hardest parts of a mission, and there will always be a first-time player trap right before the checkpoint as one final get fucked to the player. Sorry, I'm still losing my voice. Let's see an example of that. All right. So I get a checkpoint in this field, okay? So I have to assault this farmhouse and kill... Let me actually rewind this a bit here. I get a checkpoint in this field. I have to assault this farmhouse and kill the 2 snipers inside. I run up to this wall, slowly take out these dudes, then enter the farmhouse, clear the downstairs, go upstairs and kill 1 sniper, then the second sniper spawns downstairs, walks upstairs, and runs right through me. I was so confused at first, I didn't even shoot at him. And then I pick up the sniper and slowly make my way over to the barn. Clear out the 20 or so dudes inside that keep spawning. All that takes about 3 minutes. It's your fault for dying though, so it's good because it makes things more difficult. You're so right. You would fit right in at Naughty Dog. Then I finally go up to the 2nd floor where I have to use this mortar to clear out a bunch of enemies coming at me. Problem is, they keep aimbotting me from across the whole field, so I have to hop off the mortar every 3 seconds to go regen health. But then when I get off the mortar, the zeroing on the mortar resets. So I have to tediously get on the mortar, try to zero in my target, take 1 or 2 pot shots, get off, repeat until all the enemies are dead, which takes about 7 minutes. Okay. So that's finally done. Hold on a moment. So, that's finally done. So I start going to the next objective, and dead instantly. Nothing I could have possibly done about it. And where, pray tell, do we revert to? You guessed it. The field. And where do you think the next checkpoint was? If you chose A, behind the insane fuck you ambush, you would be correct. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what the fuck. This is normal difficulty, by the way. Normal difficulty. This game just does this shit over and over and over again. Like I said, the contempt for the player is so explicit. This is I want to be the guy levels of fuck you design. These devs knew the game was only 4 hours, so how do we lengthen it? Screw the player into having to replay as much of it as humanly possible. How'd he die? He got shot behind cover. He got shot behind cover. Oh. Vindicated! I am selfish! I am wrong! I am right! I swear I'm right! I swear I knew it all along! Anyway, you know how else they cheated people into repeating missions? The game doesn't save those checkpoints. If you turn off the console, you have to start the whole mission over again. The longest mission in this game has 12 objectives. It took me over an hour to beat it, and I was making pretty damn good time. Imagine spending an hour trying to beat one of these shit-sucking missions, and then your power goes out, or you have to go to work or school. All of that progress lost. Let me turn down the music just a speck here. What the hell kind of game that released in 2007 on a contemporary console doesn't save your checkpoints? A game that hates you, that's what. You were right. Yeah, they're just trying to give you the realistic war experience. I don't know, I find like something like Men of Valor that I reviewed last year, it's unbelievably difficult, but it's not malicious. It's not cheap, generally. It is unbelievably difficult, but it's generally not cheap. Not like this. Not like fucking this. Okay, so if the normal difficulty is so awful, why not put it on easy and have more fun? Great question, because the easy difficulty has auto-aim that you can't turn off. That takes all the fun out of even having the damn motion controls. Oh, here's another funny jape, actually. You only have one save file for your campaign at a time. So even if I wanted to give the easy difficulty a try to see if it's more bearable, it'll delete my normal difficulty campaign. In 2007! Fucking Rogue in 1980 had multiple save slots, you pieces of dog shit. The devs, in their infinite evil, also disable the melee whenever you're holding a grenade or while reloading, which is especially a problem because enemies love to charge you out of nowhere. My great-grandfather told me about the horrors he witnessed in Italy and how annoying it was to lose all your progress when you got unfairly ambushed. 100%, yeah. Yep. I would say that this kind of looks like Italy, but I don't know. It also looks a bit like France, but we don't know. So, at least your teammates have your back, though, right? Unsurprisingly, no. They spam the same voice lines over and over and over and over again, and while they are actually capable of killing things on very rare occasion, they always seem to let the one Nazi through who charges right up to you and shoots you in the back. I was gonna animate a little bit for this, where the Nazi like puts up his hands like, I was gonna do the thing in German, like, Guten Tag, can I please come over and shoot the player? That is more French than German, you know what I'm saying. Didn't have time. Sorry about that. Okay. I always say that you can tell the quality of a World War II game by how good the Browning automatic rifle is. Once again, I am proven correct, because in this game, the bar is a piece of shit. And of course, you only get it in the last mission, where it would have been really nice to have a gun that's capable of killing things. And holy shit, the final level. Like, you don't understand. The final fucking level. Imagine this. You have 5 minutes to escape from a base before it explodes. In those 5 minutes, you need to open 3 blast doors, which take 40 seconds each to open. Each of those blast doors have about 12 dudes behind them. Also, more dudes will spawn to the side of you, and the whole time you're trying to do this, there are 3 more bastards constantly spawning behind you. Finally, you get the 3rd door open, and you get an MG42 to mow some guys down. Problem is, now there are guys flooding through the front door, and they never stop spawning, ever. What a surprise. Also, the MG42 is completely worthless. I could kill more Nazis by pissing on them. There are also more guys that spawn... Oh, this is my gameplay, by the way. I should have said. This is one of my better attempts at the final level. There are also more guys that spawn on your side, and the 3 dudes are still spawning behind you continuously. So you have to clear out the guys to the side and back, use that 10-second reprieve to hop on the MG42 to clear out the herd, and then somehow, through pure luck, make it out the front door before the building explodes. Sometimes. Yeah, I had the Google Translate and everything. Guten Tag, konnte ich bitte rüberkommen, des Spiele zu erschreiben? How do you say that that B-type letter? Erschreiben. Is it a V? I feel like I remember it being pronounced like a V, but I forget. Yeah, and then he was gonna like waltz over behind me and shoot me in the ass. Okay. Erscheißen. I assume. I don't know German, I'm sorry. It's called a spicy S? That's hilarious. Excuse me. Where was I? Sometimes, all I want to do is chill out, relax, and play a World War shooter, which is my personal comfort food genre, because I played them so much as a kid. However, that desire was dashed against the rocks this year. Not 1, not 2, but 4 times. I'm starting to think that I already played all of the Medal of Honors that were worth playing when I was a kid. Anyway, I played Pacific Assault right before this game and DNF'd it, which is something that I try to do no more than once per year. So I tried, man. I really tried. I probably put a good 25 attempts into the final level. Could I beat it? Yeah, definitely. I got close a number of times, including getting out of the silo on one occasion, which is when the timer is supposed to stop counting down, but it did not, and I died. After a few more attempts, I'd had enough. You can't always stick to your principles. Sometimes they need to be bent in the name of maintaining one's sanity. So, I also DNF'd Medal of Honor Heroes 2 this year. DNF. I didn't want to, I tried not to, but this game is such a piece of shit that it did something to me that a game has never done before. Medal of Honor Heroes 2 is so bad that it made me unlock a modicum of self-respect and stop playing it. Truly a Herculean feat. Is it worse than Pacific Assault? Somehow, no. Somehow, no. At least it functions most of the time, and I only had 1 full page of notes on how bad it is instead of 3, but man, it pissed me off way more for one simple reason. Pacific Assault is a game that's still in pre-alpha that somehow got released. It has a lot of shitty ideas and it's completely unfinished, but it is a genuinely bad game. What I mean by that is that the developers were genuinely trying to make something good, and they were just they just failed due to incompetence or a lack of development time, almost certainly both. Medal of Honor really fell off, yeah. Would translate into something like air shitting. Heroes 2, however, the developers clearly know what they are doing. They intentionally made the game cheap to the point of unplayability in order to increase playtime. They intentionally didn't give you a second campaign slot, so that you would think twice about changing the difficulty. They intentionally didn't make the game save at checkpoints to waste your time. They intentionally made enemies respawn so quickly that shooting them is practically pointless. They intentionally made all of the guns comically inaccurate so that success would be determined by RNG. They intentionally had extremely sparse checkpoints and then filled the game with first-time player traps to constantly erase 15 to 20 minutes of progress. Like Jak 2, it is the explicit intentionality of their atrocities that makes it so offensive. Fuck you, fuck your whole bloodline, fuck the horse you rode in on, and fuck me for trying to play this torturous sack of shit in good faith. Do not ever make a game again, you pathetic, sadistic slimeballs. I will see you in hell, motherfuckers. You came in at a good time, G. You really did. We're all good vibes today. Good vibes indeed. So that's Heroes 2, which I also DNF'd. What's up, Dog Knight? Welcome to our feel-good ranking video. We're doing great. Alright, so it is time to give out yet another award in our awards show. The easiest game of the year, aka the Game Journalist's Choice Award, goes to Cold Winter.
The game is also absurdly easy. I didn't even come close to dying once. I'd usually put an asterisk on this point because I'm such an experienced console shooter player, but even with that context, I think most people would find Cold Winter unchallenging. Despite needing to loot them off of bodies, which really slows down the pace, ammo and armor are bountiful, and you can heal whenever you want with no consequences. It does have a long animation to it, but it can be cancelled. On top of that, enemy bullets and explosions hardly do any damage at all, while the opposition themselves do little but stand in the open, miss most of their shots, and wait to die.
There we go. back when I made videos. Oh man. Welcome on in, Dog Knight NG. Yeah, we're going good. We've got past we've gotten past most of the really shitty games. So that's good. Georgie unfortunately missed the 10-page Dark Souls 3 rant, but you know, it's in the VOD. All right. Excuse me. I've drank a full 2 liter of soda while sitting here, and I am now out. So let me get another drink. Yeah, I had a lot to say about Dark Souls 3, to the point that it is a full 4th of this video. It will be a full 4th of this video. So, good times, good times. But that's alright, we're past that now. Our next game that we are ranking is Metal Storm, also known as Juuryoku Soukou Metaru Sutoumu, or Gravity Armor Metal Storm. And we'll get that glorious soundtrack going. Let's actually get window panes. Oh, you know, he did not finish the Famicom version on Expert. That's okay. Window pane. He seems like a nice guy. We will watch him play. Excuse me. Oh yes. I remember that one. That's an easy S tier. We shall see. We shall see. Dark Souls deserves the time, to be fair. Dark Souls 3 definitely did. I mean, obviously Dark Souls 1 and 2 I could talk about for an unbelievable, ungodly amount of time. But I didn't have to justify my opinion quite as much with those games, so didn't have to, I had less explaining to do, you know? You know what I say? Eggert is personally responsible for the cancellation of Dark Souls 4. I want to say personally. Oh man. Do I have a tier list going yet? Yep, we can look at how our tier list is going thus far. So, a lot of this is stuff I've already ranked. Down here we just finished talking about both of the Medal of Honors that we played this year, Heroes 2 and Pacific Assault. And let's see here. We put a lot of stuff in the B tier, including Dark Souls 3, Cuphead, Half-Life and its episodes, Inversion, and we put Donkey Kong Country 2 in the A+ tier, Gunstar Heroes in the A tier, and then up top here in our masterpieces we have Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition, Demon's Souls PS3, and Dracula's Curse, Castlevania Dracula's Curse, Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse, I'll get it, on the NES, and also Akumajou Densetsu, which is the Famicom version, which is somewhat different, but I just ranked them both up there. That's what's happening thus far. But now we are moving on to Gravity Armor Metal Storm, which I played both the NES and the Famicom versions, beat both on normal and expert. We are watching Windowpane playthrough on normal right now. Castlevania being the GOAT as always? Absolutely, absolutely. Alright. Metal Storm is a bit hard to give an actual rating to. While I enjoyed my time with it, I don't find it to be that great of a game. It has a really cool mechanic that you don't often get to see with its gravity switching, but I don't think the levels got even remotely close to wringing everything out of it that they could have, leaving the game feeling more like a proof of concept than a fully realized vision. The visuals, while they are undoubtedly technically impressive for the NES, unbelievably technically impressive, are also fairly monotonous and aesthetically uninspired, in particular the stages themselves. The soundtrack, well, you guys are hearing it right now. I don't imagine anyone's gonna defend the soundtrack. It's mostly just 20-second loops of the same droning, unmelodious tones that will drive you batty inside a half hour. I think this game's biggest issue, however, is that it just doesn't have a good difficulty mode. Even with the one-hit kills, any retro gamer worth their salt will probably sleep through normal mode, but then normal mode in no way prepares you for the brutal anal gaping that expert mode will give you. Expert mode is, especially on the Famicom, without a doubt, the most difficult game I've ever played by several orders of magnitude. Hell, it's one of the most difficult games I've ever even seen, outside of shmups and rhythm games. Personally, I relish the challenge, but even still, the game requires a ridiculous amount of precision in many instances, which isn't helped by the ubiquitous yet extremely variable slowdown that will constantly mess up said precision inputs, and it makes finishing this already unbelievably difficult game that much more frustrating. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of AVGN recently, so my vocabulary might have picked up on some of his lexicon. My apologies. Thing is, if you're an NES connoisseur, you've probably already played this game and love it. If you're not, then there are plenty of better games out there, including some that have done this very concept better, like VVV. Metal Storm is a good game, especially for the NES, but it's a game that I think could have been vastly better if they had gone a different direction with its overall vision. It very much so reminds me of Bully and Everyday Shooter, where conceptually, this is great. You have a great idea for a game here, and I think it's the concept that people fell in love with. But the execution of that concept isn't nearly everything that it could have been. For now, I am going to put Gravity Armor Metal Storm in the dregs of the B tier. There it is, right there. And thank God we can get off the soundtrack, holy shit. That shit is imprinted in my mind forevermore. Alright. We have time for another award. 2025's Blandest Game of the Year, aka the Chinese Water Torture Award, will be received by none other than Robotech Invasion.
This combination of factors, the non-existent level design, the monotonous objectives, the boring, spongy enemies, and the single viable weapon, not to mention a general feeling of disconnectedness to the license outside of a few very brief cameos, come together to make Robotech Invasion an exceptionally lifeless experience. And not even just for kids' soundtrack that slaps harder than a chimpanzee, or the plot that at least tried, I guess, could make this game anything less than painful to play. I can see why I never got anywhere in this game when I had it as a kid. I probably chose to do homework instead. I was spitting that day. Remember when I was playing Jak 3? I was like, man, if I grew up with this game as a kid, I'd be like a successful lawyer or some shit. Because I would have just hated video games and thought they were a waste of time and stupid and awful. Like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna get my doctorate, talk to girls. Oh man. Yeah, same sort of experience with Robotech Invasion. Oh man. Alrighty. Our next game is Obscure, the obscure game Obscure, which I played
on an emulator on PS2. Let's get that soundtrack popping. Sorry, window pane. You've served your purpose. It was a short review. Love you, buddy. 2004. That'll do it. Wait. Oh, that's the wrong browser. For the people that have been here for a minute, how is this format working out, do you think? I know it's been a bit of a struggle, especially because I did not prepare as well as I probably should have. But hopefully it's been all right. I liked Obscure. Well, hopefully you don't dislike what I have to say about it. But we shall see. We shall see. Excuse me. Obscure is a, somewhat fittingly, lesser-known survival horror title. Despite that, it's recently skyrocketed in price on the PS2 for whatever reason. I own it on the Xbox, but decided to emulate it on PS2 so I could play it co-op with my best friend. And that is the game's primary claim to fame. But we'll get there. The story takes place in Leafmore High, where after staying late to shoot some baskets, Kenny, the resident jock, goes missing, and it's up to his other 4 friends to find out what happened to him and figure out the mystery of the school. Pretty simple premise, but it does get extra points for allowing you to play through Kenny's kidnapping, rather than it happening off-screen or in a cutscene. To say that the story takes a few cues from Resident Evil would be an understatement, so the narrative won't provide any food for thought. But it's still interesting to find various notes and pictures that allow you to put the pieces together as you go along, though the game does show its hand fairly early on, even if the characters aren't very quick to pick up on it. I will say though, the prison escape halfway through the game is comically stupid. Oh no, we've been captured. Good thing my cell has this 12-foot pole in it that's just long enough to reach the cell door release, and good thing all of our stuff is in a footlocker right here with some handy-dandy bolt cutters sitting right next to it, and also it's really fortunate that the door to the outside is unlocked. Seriously? This isn't Half-Life 2. I expect better. As far as the gameplay is concerned, it has 2 main draws. First is the 5 playable characters, which all have their own unique powers, but hardly any of them are ever all that useful aside from Shannon healing more than the others. Doesn't the... not Rule 34. Or not Rule 41. Some 41, yes. It's a good day to be an aggro fan. Thank you. It's not a good day to be my throat. Which can be said more often than one would think. For example, light spoilers to follow, Kenny runs faster and has a better melee attack, but running faster hardly ever comes into play, aside from saving you a tiny bit of time, running from place to place, and by the time you actually get him, you'll probably never use melee weapons for the rest of the game. It's a similar story with Stan. He picks locks faster, but I can think of maybe 3 instances in the whole game where you're actually picking a lock under duress. Even so, it's always better to hop off the lockpicking and help your teammate fight. Ashley shoots guns faster, but why would I want to do that in a survival horror game where ammo conservation is paramount? There's again only a handful of times in the game where having more DPS would actually be helpful. The second main selling point of Obscure is the co-op, which works by giving one player control over the camera, but the other player can switch to their perspective whenever they want to. So definitely don't play this game with a trolley partner. You can smash windows? You can. You can smash vending machines and get energy drinks out of them, which means this game is at least as good as Half-Life 1. As good as the Silent Hill 2 remake, yeah. There you go. Nah, this game's way better than the Silent Hill 2 remake. Way, way better. Excuse me. Am I... Oh, no, never mind. We're good. The main thing that stuck out to me about the co-op mode, however, is that the difficulty is utter brutality. It was very common to get one or two shotted by the enemies, and this is on normal difficulty. Not to mention the enemy design and placement often makes avoiding damage very difficult, if not outright impossible. Call me crazy, but unless it's a really telegraphed attack like the one-shot that the final boss has, getting one-tapped or stun-locked into an unavoidable death like the Stage 3 mutants will do feels antithetical to the genre, and it forced us to not just play extremely carefully, but also spam the save button since you never know when you're going to get pancaked and be down a character. Said saves are limited, however. You pick up discs, which, unlike Resident Evil, you can just use from the inventory to save at any time. Also, whenever a character dies, they are dead for the rest of the game, meaning that you can lose one of the good characters like Shannon or Josh early on, and then be handicapped for the remainder of the run. A bit forward here. The one or two hit kills combined with character permadeath and fairly limited saves makes this game a more hardcore experience than I was expecting. This is really only while playing co-op, though. The game is still somewhat tough in single player, probably a bit harder than Silent Hill 1 if I had to place it, but in co-op, the enemy damage seems to be ramped up 50 to 75%. I don't really know why they made such a drastic change. I guess it was to make up for having a smarter companion, but honestly, the co-op AI isn't half bad. They at least don't drain you of all your resources or leave you out in the cold constantly. The only real issue with them is that they tend to get in your way fairly frequently, and they don't often heal on their own, so you have to either switch to them and heal, or you can heal them if you're close enough. It's maybe not a completely optimal system, but it provides some extra micromanagement, and it sure as hell works a lot better than something like brute force, so I'll take it. Obscure's most standout element is actually its soundtrack. Not just the Sum 41 and Span needle drops, which open and close the game respectively, but the actual OST consistently caught my attention. It has chilling atmospheric ambiance for much of the game, but then breaks out into operatic measures when there's a dramatic scene, which are fitting since the story plays itself more straight than one might expect. There's also an instance where the crew gets There was also an instance where the crew gets infected, and the game switches to more off-kilter camera angles to reflect it, which I thought was a nice touch. Good to hear it, Dogmite. I know all of our sleep schedules have been a bit screwy lately. Most of my negatives for the game can sound a bit nitpicky, but they add up to a sloppy-feeling end product. Obscure has generally poor visual design and cinematography when it comes to its interactive elements, or its interactable elements. Unlike, say, Silent Hill 2, which does this masterfully, the game very rarely highlights important items or areas with the camera. This often leads to exploration devolving into a clickfest, since you never know what you can actually interact with. Some gameplay-relevant items do flash, but they flash quite slowly and not all that noticeably, especially if you're moving. Even on emulator, it's often difficult to know what you can and can't click on. I imagine it would be a nightmare to play on composite cables. Part of this is also because I was playing co-op, so the camera's moving around a lot more than it would be when I was playing single player. I did go back and play the game all the way through again single player, and I had an easier time doing that, as far as seeing interactable items goes. Another issue is that the aforementioned save disks are extremely front-loaded, and then slow down way too much toward the tail half of the game, which end up baiting the player into wasting their resources. It's a good idea to always keep at least 2 or 3 disks on you, so you don't waste them all. There is a button on the map screen that allows you to return to the Gathering, which is where the rest of your currently living friends are hanging out. But not only is this button barely ever useful because the school is quite small geographically, but it also forces a lot of weirdness into the story. For example, the rest of your friends awkwardly decide to join you at a seemingly random time, but it's just because the game is about to cut off your access to them. It's really funny. You're about to go down an elevator and they just kind of like quietly saunter into the room. It's really awkward. The gathering button also gets disabled for story reasons pretty frequently. If it's hurting the story, you're always having to disable it so I don't accidentally skip a cutscene, and it's barely useful anyway. Why even have it in the game? It seems at odds with the rest of the design philosophy. Obscure doesn't have a health screen, it uses vibration to tell you if and how badly you're injured. However, it never vibrates if you're near to full health but still injured, which is a bit misleading. Also, on occasion, the vibration just doesn't work at all, so you don't know if you're injured, aside from the stance of your character. In the latter case, you might be able to chalk that up to emulation errors, since it only happened a couple times, but given the permadeath, I thought it was worth mentioning. Especially since most people will probably be emulating the game nowadays, since I think this game is like $400 on PS2 nowadays. You PS2 scum. Yep, $400. I have the much less pricey Xbox version. Get fucked. Excuse me. This point might be one in the game's favor for some of you, but for me, it's a negative. Even though the game has fixed camera angles... What is... Oh, I paused this? My bad. Even though the game has fixed camera angles, you still control your character with the analog stick by pointing them in the direction you want to go. Thankfully, there is a bit of buffer time that makes you run in the same direction for a few moments after the camera switches, which allows you to reorient yourself. But frankly, this will just never give you as much control as tank movement. Sorry if you don't like it, but tank controls really are superior for fixed camera angles. Lastly, Obscure is very short. Maybe 6 hours on a first playthrough, but it's really closer to 3 if you know what you're doing. With all that in mind, Obscure is a decent game. But that's it. It has some okay ideas, but far more botched execution, and it doesn't have a lot that makes it stand out. If you're looking for a co-op survival horror game, then this is probably the best you could do, but that's a distinction earned mostly by default rather than by merit. Obscure is going into the C tier. Somewhat high in the C tier, but in the C tier nonetheless. I'm a fan of Rule of Rose. $400 is basically pocket change. True, but Rule of Rose is a much better game than Obscure. But yeah, as a horror fan, as a PS2 horror fan, you gotta be willing to pay the big bucks. That's for sure. Or emulate. My recommendation is certainly to emulate. All right, that is Obscure done. We have another award to hand out. The 2025 award for Best Level Design goes to a little game called Castlevania III. Oh, baby. Goddamn. Rule of Rose is sad. I don't like things that make me sad. That's fair. Fair enough. You should probably stay away from horror games generally. Yeah, I really love Rule of Rose. It's one of my favorite games. Ah, man. I want to go play Castlevania 3 right now. Fuck this noise. I'm out of here. How many more games we got? Who cares? All right. Our next video game is a little game called Panic Restaurant. I want to put it on the screen. Alright. Petition to turn this into a DS1 stream. I'm not in the middle of any DS1 playthroughs at the moment. It looks beautiful. Do you mean Rule of Rose or Castlevania 3? Because both look beautiful. Alright, Panic Restaurant, also known as Wanpaku Kokkun no Gourmet World. I played both the NES and the Famicom version. Panic Restaurant is a combat platformer that has enjoyed a strong reputation in the retro scene for a while now, partly due to its mystique as one of the most expensive games on the NES and Famicom. However, it's easy to see where else this reputation comes from. But you meant Castlevania, nice. Gameplay is supposed to be rough? Oh, and Rule of Rose, yeah. Yeah. I find that to be a very important aspect of survival horror games. That the combat shouldn't be an action game. it shouldn't give you a whole lot of control. It should be much more about resource management. Which I kind of talked a little bit about in the Demon Souls and the Castlevania 3 parts of this video. Can I beat DS1 while narrating game reviews? I don't think I could. I can't split my eyes like Darth Maul in Star Wars Obi-Wan. Regardless, it's easy to see where Panic Restaurant's excellent reputation comes from. The whimsical visuals give the game an immediate appeal. The animations on the chef are especially adorable, and the soundtrack is also full of catchy tunes to bob along to in time with the chef's mustache. That said, that's mostly where this game's strengths end. The design of the stages falls apart rather quickly, and even though the game is fairly easy, it will still leave you a bit miffed, because almost all of what little difficulty it has comes from first-time player traps, of which there are many. Throwing copies of Jack 2 at Miyazaki. This is what you're not supposed to do! Oh man. Yeah, whoever was the lead level designer on Dark Souls 3, I'm gonna lock him in a room, make him play Jack 2, and I want to be the guy until they learn how to make a fucking video game. Oh man. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. That one snuck up on me. Most of the difficulty comes from first-time player traps, of which there are many. You lose your weapon upgrade as soon as you're hit, which doesn't mesh well with the pizzas and meat skewers that fly at you from off-screen, with nothing you can do but memorize them for next time. The power-ups also won't respawn if you die, which is oddly cruel, especially combined with the way the rest of the game is designed. On top of that, the levels will often give you a weapon that's a downgrade for the upcoming area, giving the entire game a feeling like it's trolling the player. Oh my god, excuse me, Jesus Christ. I know a good example of that. Let me see if I can find it relatively quickly. Right here. Oh, a little bit before. Right here, it gives you the plate for this area. And the plate just can't hit jack shit here. He'll probably do it because he's a god. But they give you the plate. And then you have these pizzas that are rolling up a hill at you. It's like, it would be a million times better to just have the pot or the spoon here. A million times better. Like, the plate is a straight debuff for that area. We'll back it up a minute here. For whatever reason, your pot will also fail to hit something slightly above or below you, which also results in you taking cheap hits until you get used to it. I think this is because the American version kept the same hitbox as the chef's hat in the Famicom release. Here's the Famicom version. Also adorable. You can see the chef's hat is way, way smaller than the pot of the chef, which we haven't seen too much because this guy is too good at the game. Yeah, I think this is because the American version kept the same hitbox as the chef's hat in the Famicom release, but pasted over it with the pot. So your weapon sprite is misleadingly large in the NES version compared to its actual hitbox. Another pet peeve I have is that the minigames feel rather pointless, since your performance in them only nets you score rather than coins. Let's see if he plays any of the minigames here. He's trying to kind of ass blast through it. He just skipped one, so yeah. No minigames. Does the Famicom version run better, or was it only this section? I don't believe it does. All those slowdown was the same, and this game does have very small amounts of slowdown, generally. I have not played this on original hardware, but neither has anybody, so... yeah, at least on a browser-based emulator, which is supposed to run it exactly like original hardware, I don't use a sprite limits. You know what I mean. I don't use anything to prevent the slowdown at all. I like to just get the regular experience. So yeah, the minigames will only net you score rather than coins, which the coins are used in between levels to get yourself some more power-ups through a slot machine. I hate to say it, but this game came out in 1992. By that point, most players are quite far past caring about score. So as it's implemented, this feels like a holdover from a bygone age. Finally, the game is barely an hour long, even on a casual playthrough. That's not horrible by any means, but given the lack of depth or challenge in the gameplay, it leaves the whole package feeling a bit anemic. The Famicom version does fare better in regards to fairness, but that only serves to make this already easy game even more monotonous, not to mention over in the blink of an eye. Plus, I personally find the NES player character a lot more charming. Panic Restaurant has a unique and delightful aesthetic with the music to match, no doubt. But once you scratch the surface just a bit, you find a game that's rather sloppily designed, and frankly not all that fun to play. If it looks like a good time, give it a go. It's at least not a huge time sink if you don't enjoy it, but I somewhat doubt that you'll feel the need to replay it for years to come, if even more than once. Panic Restaurant we are putting in the B- tier. And my phone keeps shutting off. My apologies. You pirate criminal, you. Very rarely, I make a God's honest try to own some version of a game before I play it. But sometimes that is just not possible because this game is $1,000 cart only. So, I'm gonna play this, I think. By all means, Steven. Yeah, it's on browser-based emulators. I use retrogames.cc. Your ISP won't complain about that. Alright. Our next game on the list is Ratatouille on the Xbox 360. And, oh, I streamed this game. I can use my own gameplay. S tier incoming, move aside, Dark Souls 2. You're so right. Yeah, my game of the year, right here. I wonder if I can actually find an OST for this. Hilariously, Michael Giacchino did actually do the soundtrack for this game. And by God, is it a banger. Alright, Ratatouille for the Xbox 360. As you probably know, I play a lot of licensed games, and I am on the record as saying that I think they are, that I think they get a bit of a bad rap. Plenty of games that I adore have been licensed games, including what I consider to be some of the greatest games ever made. KOTOR 1 and 2, Republic Commando, Shadow Man. However, back in the good old days when Bethesda, BioWare, and Obsidian were still respected names, licensed games were the go-to whipping boy of the community. Before a licensed game even came out, the assumption was always that it was going to be a shoddy, barely functional mess that some third-string dev threw together in an afternoon to scam kids out of their parents' money. That perception, while largely informed by hyperbolic YouTubers like AVGN, love you, James, certainly isn't entirely unfounded either. That said, I'm so often pleasantly surprised by the amount of love and care that's put into these games that have tiny budgets and even smaller returns. I've seen far more attention to detail put into some licensed games by 10-person dev teams than plenty of AAA releases. This is all to reiterate that I think it's time we stopped blindly accepting the notion that licensed games are categorically terrible, and start giving them their fair due, especially now that they have, for the most part, and for better or worse, been relegated to the dustbin of history. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Capcom made a lot of bangers on the SNES and Genesis. PS1 had some good titles too. And so, that brings us to Ratatouille on the Xbox 360. When people parrot the notion that licensed games are all bad, this is the game they're talking about. The premise is wasted, the controls suck, the design is bad, the aesthetics are bad, the audio is bad, the story is bad. Everything about it is bad. That is all. F tier. Alright, next game. Yeah, Toy Story 2, absolutely. DuckTales, yeah, that was Capcom. I'm pretty sure. Alright. Oh, we're up to this. Okay. Excellent, excellent. Let me see if I have... Oh, it's already... Oh, I'm so organized. Look at me. Look at me. Do people still talk about licensed games? Not really, because they haven't really been made in a very long time. Yeah, they really died out after the 7th generation, because most of the AA devs died out after the 7th generation. So, yeah, they're just vastly more rare nowadays. Whereas, like, we got more Star Wars games in 2005 alone than in the last 15 years. 20 years, actually. Times, good times. All right. The hardest game of the year, aka the Testicular Torsion Award, will, to no one's great surprise, go to... You know what? Let's actually do a separate list for this. Hey, a tier list within a tier list. If only there was some sort of word for this. All right. I've already constructed this list. Lucky for you, ladies and gentlemen. So down here at the bottom, in this very high resolution image here, we have Cold Winter, Atlantis, and Bully. In DSP could beat this. Ratatouille, Soundscope GBA, and Lego Star Wars 3, I'm Falling Asleep. Robotech Invasion, Half-Life 2 and its episodes, not challenging at all. Sly Cooper, The Thievius Raccoonus, Battle Block Theater, Infamous 2, Medal of Honor Heroes, Star Wars Obi-Wan, and Panic Restaurant. Takes a bit to get the hang of it, but then you're golden. And here we have the golden spot. This is where we want games to be generally. This and the tier above it. Gunstar Heroes, John Woo Presents Stranglehold, Soldier of Fortune, Medal of Honor Pacific Assault, Prince of Persia Warrior Within, Wild Guns Reloaded, and Demon's Souls 2009. Fun and engaging, with occasional spikes. Above that, we have Genma Onimusha, Black, Dark Souls 3, Donkey Kong Country 2, Cuphead, Wild Guns, Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition, and Dark Souls 3 in requires some focus on occasion, but still fairly chill. Above that, we have Medal of Honor Infiltrator, Medal of Honor Heroes 2, Obscure, Inversion, Ninja Gaiden 2, Dark Sword of Chaos, I want to say that is, Endgame, Thumper, and Splatterhouse 2. Alright, time to lock the fuck in, gamers. This requires full focus mode. Above that, we have TMNT2 Battle Nexus and Robot Battlecry on normal difficulty. Grueling ball-busting difficulty, goth-loving masochists only. Above that, we have Jesus fucking Christ, seriously? With Dracula's Curse on NES. Above that, we have, I can't, like, how? Because and the reason we have this tier, and it is empty, is because there needs to be something in between Dracula's Curse and Gravity Armor Metal Storm Expert Mode on the Famicom. A literal robot would have trouble beating this. Whew. Man. Dracula's Curse was the hardest game I played this year, and in my entire life. Until Gravity Armor Metal Storm blew it the fuck out of the water. I think I'm qualified to talk about game difficulty. I try. I've played a lot of difficult games. Yeah. This is the hardest game I've ever beaten. It's the hardest game I've attempted. I can't, like, how would be something like Metal Gear Solid 2 on European Extreme. Celeste, 100%. Catherine Full Body, 100%. Those are in that tier. Yeah. Metal Storm is rough. Fun for me, but rough for most people, I imagine. So, the winner of the Testicular Torsion Award is Gravity Armor Metal Storm. All right. Speaking of which, our next game is Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. I played this both first on PS3 on the PS3 collection, and then I went back and played it on PS2 through an emulator. Damn you, phone. I'm sorry, the jump animation is good on Ratatouille? Yeah, it's a decent looking game for 07, I think it came out on the 360. Not horrible looking. Granted, it was actually made for the 7th gen. It's not an HD port of the PS2 version. PS2 version is a different game, so. Alright. Sly Cooper is, once again, a game that's held in extremely high reverence. It's considered one of the stone-cold classics of the PS2 era. And yet, I just don't see where much of that praise is coming from. The visuals do have a memorable cartoon noir style that I haven't seen replicated elsewhere, and the dynamic soundtrack does a fine job of both enhancing the action sequences and punctuating the sneaking gameplay. Said gameplay is mostly where the game falls apart, though. Firstly, the game is riddled with near-relentless first-time player traps. Why is this the theme of today? To slow down your progress. Though some of the bosses like Mugshot and Ruby are pretty bad in this respect, it's mostly the levels themselves that are the most obnoxious. This combines with the one-hit KOs, which would already be rather punishing, but are then further compounded by the sparse checkpoints, though strangely game overs are, by contrast, almost inconsequential. You won't always get one-hit KO'd, as you can gain charms to give you extra hits, But the game also has a strong tendency to respawn you into a death loop, especially in the Carmelita encounters and the boss fights, which often renders the charms pointless. Yeah, the story of Ratatouille is just so good. That's fair. Yeah, I was too hard on it. This is especially fun because every time you die in a boss fight, you get sent back to not just the start of the fight, but before the cutscene. And all of the lengthy cutscenes in this game are unskippable. This is on top of the bevy of other problems that the game has. The circle button frequently drops inputs, causing you to fall to your death, and Sly will also baby jump or won't jump near as far as he should for whatever reason, which happens far more often than it should, and also makes you fall to your death. I don't know why PS2 3D platformers seem to have such an issue with making controls that function, but at least it's not quite as bad as Jak and Daxter. The game's voice acting is also below par for the time, with seemingly different audio setups depending on the character or scene, and what sound like random devs voicing all the characters, as though Sly Cooper was made during 2020. Poor voice acting is something that I very rarely find noteworthy, so that should give you an idea of how noticeable it is here. The visual design of the areas is somewhat lacking as well. Granted, this could be attributable to my colorblindness, but I often had a difficult time seeing gameplay-critical visual elements such as the spotlights, especially once they turned red. And due to most interactable items being drawn into the background, it was never clear what I could mess with until I actually tried. I guess the devs never watched Scooby-Doo growing up. This poor visual design is added to by the game having a strangely low draw distance on a lot of gameplay elements. This is especially noticeable with the enemies that can sometimes see you and start shooting at you barely after they've apparated into existence. And no, this is not a technical limitation of the time. This type of thing wouldn't even be acceptable in the 5th gen. Sly Cooper also completely lacks replayability. You have no choice in which missions to complete, likely because the game was already short enough as it is, so cutting anything off would have only exacerbated the 4-hour runtime. Though said runtime will probably end up closer to 5 or 6 hours on a first playthrough due to all of the game's nonsense design and non-functionality. Sly Cooper does at least have some optional content, though it's of course the things that shouldn't be. You can spend a bit of extra time to get the Thievius Raccoonus powers from the safes in each level, but because they're because they're completely optional to acquire, they're also completely optional to use. They don't help you out in any way because none of the levels are designed around them. So even if you do take the time to seek them out, they're hardly a reward. Finally, I have a pet peeve with this game, but I would consider it to be a rather large one. There are many instances in which you have to be caught by enemies. There are enemies that you can't slip past with stealth because you're too loud or there's not enough room to slink by. But then if you go up behind them to knock them out, they'll hear you, turn on a dime, and set off the alarm. Now thankfully, this doesn't harm the gameplay at all because the alarm turns off immediately after you knock them out, which also feels like a band-aid on crappy design. But there's just something incredibly wrong about being forced to be caught and have an alarm sound in a supposed stealth game. And don't bring up Metal Gear, you know full well that's not an apt comparison. Essentially, the experience I had with this game is that the gameplay is so basic and static that there were almost no sections that had me engaged. Then I'd either die because the controls stopped working, or more likely get hit because I wasn't paying attention, and then get sent back several minutes, meaning that I had to slog back through all of the sections that left me bored to tears in the first place, which further compounded the problem. At the end of the day, the gameplay is boring, the game is overly punishing to extend playtime, the controls only function 80% of the time, the story barely exists, none of the characters, or more accurately caricatures, hit, and it's a 4-hour game that will likely be far longer through little fault of your own. Sly Cooper just isn't all that good. It is better than some of its contemporaries, but certainly not by as large of a margin as I had hoped. Like Sands of Time, this is a game that's remembered far more fondly than it deserves to be, likely because no one has actually played it in 10 plus years. Sorry guys, but sometimes it is just nostalgia. Low B tier. Damn. There we go. Just like the video now. Oh, man. I don't try to play games that I don't like. I really don't. I know it kind of looks like it, but... Oh, man. Yeah, we'll see. I've heard the second one is far better. But the first one definitely feels like it was a debut project from the newly minted Sucker Punch. That is for sure. We can keep the soundtrack going here while we read the next award. I am far more of a YouTube watcher than I am a YouTuber myself, as my upload schedule would suggest. So this year, and going forward, I would like to highlight a creator, ideally a smaller one, that I think has been absolutely killing it this past year. To be clear, I am not affiliated with these creators. They don't know I exist, and obviously I don't agree with or endorse everything that they say, but I think they have a lot of unique insight into the medium, and I'd like to take this opportunity to point you towards some other YouTubers that I think you'll enjoy. Especially because, hell, if you have the time to watch what I put out, then y'all are in need of some recommendations. So in 2025, my content creator of the year is the Firelink Conspiracy. Oop. Oh, what a great video to come up first. Excellent. Oh man. This guy does by far the most in-depth Soulsborne lore videos on the planet, as well as thematic analyses of other games and media. He also made some of the best videos critiquing the recent Silent Hill 2, Oblivion, and Demon's Souls demakes. All of his stuff is extremely high quality, and unlike me, he actually posts more than once a year. So, please go check him out. He is excellent. Especially if you are into Souls games, but even if you are not. And I do have one honorable mention as well. I would also like to highlight the Electric Underground. So, this guy also does in-depth analysis, but on video game mechanics and systems. He reviews games from an arcade player's perspective, and is able to get into the nitty-gritty of what makes action games engaging, more than anyone I've ever seen. In the short time I've been watching him, he has broadened my own perspective on game design tremendously. He also just became a full-time YouTuber recently, so please show him some love. Check out both of these creators. I'll leave links to their channels in the description and pinned comment after the stream. But yeah, they are both absolutely excellent. So give him a watch. Next on the list, we are getting there. We are somewhat in the home stretch. Next on the list is Splatterhouse 2 on Genesis. I do own this game on the Genesis Mini 2, but I played it through a web-based emulator this time around because I forgot that that was the case. All right. Splatterhouse 2, web-based emulator, Genesis. You're not going to believe this, but I actually don't have a lot to say about Splatterhouse 2. With 3 people watching, we'll definitely check those channels out. I appreciate it. That's just the intro. Relax, it's gonna be alright. There you go. Let's get to the next track. All right. Yes, we will. Good. I will tell them that I sent 3 people their way. You're not going to believe this, but I actually don't have a lot to say about Splatterhouse 2. It retains everything that Splatterhouse did well, that being the primary gameplay loop, but the visuals, music, level design, hitboxes, and overall fairness are vastly improved. You still have some trial and error design in there, and the game is still absolutely tough as nails, but there are far fewer cheap tricks, and almost no RNG. No more clones of Rick with god AI, or overly long hallways full of extremely hard to dodge alien fetuses. That sounds like a joke, but if you've played Splatterhouse 1, you know the pain of the alien fetus hallway. You know. The only real negative I can think of is that they changed the sound effects for hitting things, both with the punches and kicks, as well as the melee weapons, and they just sound horribly pathetic to an unbelievable degree. It was good. It was crunchy. Nice. Brother, That's good. You can feel the impact there, you know? That ain't it, brother. That ain't it. I don't know how they could have fucked up the sound effects so bad. Something, something. What were they thinking? Has to do with the Genesis sound chip. It can do better than that. It can do a lot better than that. Especially in 92, right? 91 and 92. Not an early Genesis title by any means. That aside, Splatterhouse 2 isn't the most ambitious sequel in the world, but it's just about everything I wanted out of a sequel, which is just Splatterhouse, but better. I am putting Splatterhouse 2 in the B tier. Starship mode. Alright. That was a quick one. Oh man, I am fading here. I did not sleep at all last night. I was too busy working on this shit. Oh. But I do know what we're doing next. Hold on. Where is it? Where? There we are. All right. Finally, the award you've all been waiting for, the only award that truly matters, the culmination of this entire year of gaming. All right? All right? The waifu of the year is Shanalot, the Emerald Herald. Oh, baby, that's right. All right, let's pro-con this Shanalot thing, right? She's cute as hell. She's a redhead. She has a gorgeous voice, good body. She's loyal to the end. You know what I'm saying? Bearer of the curse, I will always be at your side until hope has fully withered. Ah, that hits. She's Irish. She levels you up and upgrades your Estus Flask. None of the other Firekeepers do both. She's Dragonkin, so that's pretty hot. She can manifest herself wherever she wants, which is super convenient. She has iconic dialogue. Bear seek seek lest. Everybody knows it, right? Everybody? What does the Firekeeper in DS3 say? You don't know. You don't know, do you? You don't know. And I mean, she doesn't even have a name. So, not iconic at all. Also blonde, too. Anyway, Shanalot is a straight goated waifu. One con, okay? One con. She might be a catfish. She could, maybe, look like this. I'm not, it's not exactly likely. I'm talking like 10 to 15% chance, but it is possible. Am I willing to take that chance? Yes, I am. Shanalot is the waifu of the year. All right, our next game. Bonus points? I don't know about that, Steven. Even better. Oh man, and I'm supposed to be the weird one who's into fucking spiders and shit. Jeez. All right. Next on the list, John Woo presents Stranglehold. That is a small OST. That's the whole thing? That can't be the whole thing. That's not the whole thing. Come on. Come on. Huh. No, that's not the whole. There's no way. 6 songs? The OST is 6 songs? I think it all got copyright struck or something. I want to say the composers are relatively well known. All right. Oh. Let's get forward just a touch here. I did play this on the Xbox 360. John Woo Presents Stranglehold is one of the dozen odd Max Payne clones that we received in the early to mid-aughts. Though that's perhaps not a very apt description, since Max Payne itself took heavy inspiration from Woo's films, especially Hard Boiled, which this game is a sequel to. Unfortunately, the plot is not only a bit on the convoluted side, but it's not all that well told either. Thankfully, that's not what we're here for, and to its credit, Stranglehold knows this. It doesn't take long to get into the slow-motion spray and pray, dive in every which way action, and with the energetic soundtrack pumping through your veins, you dive onto a food cart and ride it down the street while popping watermelons and heads in equal number, explosions everywhere, signs crashing down on bad guys' heads, getting in Mexican standoffs in Hong Kong somehow, and dodging bullets left and right, everything and everyone getting shot to hell. Then you get into a boss fight where you're trapped in a tea house with a bunch of goons and you're running along the banisters, sliding across tables, swinging on lamps and capping fools faster than they can enter the room. It's awesome, it's badass, and it's also quite fleeting. Stranglehold's biggest problem is that, for lack of better phrasing, it blows its load incredibly early. The first level of the game, you're in there, you're feeling it. But after that first 20 minutes or so, you've really seen everything that the game has to offer. Not just that, you've seen the best parts of the game as well. The second level, you're running around, blowing up a bunch of drug labs in a port, and it's just kind of tedious. You blow up 9 labs, then move forward a bit, then blow up 16 more labs. Meanwhile, more dudes keep spawning out of areas you've already cleared, over and over and over again. This level goes on for 40 minutes, only being broken up midway through by a turret section that also goes on for way too long. I'm not being dramatic either. This slow and easy on-rails turret section drags on for more than 7 minutes. Then you have to place 18 bombs around the place, and you start to see the problem here. This game, which is generously 4 hours if you know what you're doing, feels like they took an hour-and-a-half long game and just stretched it out. Almost every section in this game feels like it lasts twice as long as it should, and it doesn't help that the level design takes a serious dip after just the first stage, and mostly stays there for the rest of the game. Excuse me. Remember that boss fight where you got locked in a room? We're watching it right now. Where you got locked in a room and have to survive for a few minutes? Well, they're going to rely on that trick for the rest of the game. I mean, hell, the third level is just that 3 times in a row, and those sections only get longer and longer. Let's get forward a bit here. The destruction in this game is really good, but it can't sustain the level of intensity that the developers are begging it to when you're locked in a single room for 10-minute stretches. Yes, having shootouts in lavish locations does entertain for a while, at least outside of Tayo, Kowloon, and the first half of Zakatov's penthouse, which are pretty visually barren. But at some point, you just start begging the game to give you more interesting level design, or more mechanics to play around with, and unfortunately, it will keep refusing. It certainly doesn't help that your weapon roster consists of only 7 guns, 3 of which are very rare special pickups. I think Stranglehold was on its way to being a good game, especially with its really solid presentation. But between the basic mechanics and poor levels, it has a damning lack of staying power, making it a fun experience, but only if you played in very short bursts, i.e. 1 level at a time and then giving it a rest for a month or so. And that's coming from someone who played the game over a few weeks, and was ready to put it down by the end of each hour-long session. It is, no doubt, a monotonous experience. Whether that experience is enough to hold your attention will be down to the individual. But for me, there's just not enough here. I am going to stick Stranglehold in the upper C's. You can check out some of the prettier levels. There we go. That's a good one. Real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our last game. Thank you for being troopers. It has been 5 hours and 20 minutes. That is longer than I thought. Sorry about that. All right. Our last game. Is a game that we have already been introduced to, granted. It is a game called Thumper, which I played on PC. Thumper is a rhythm game where, well, it would be better to just show you. So, real quick, turn up your volume. Just as loud as you feel comfortable. And don't blink. It's pretty dope. Get someone in here who's good. Yep. So yeah, Thumper is an indie rhythm game made by 2 dudes, where you're a beetle racing down a track with a bunch of psychedelic visuals. And my browser isn't loading. You can do it, buddy. There we are. Oop. Apologies. The controls are very simple. It's just played with the thumbstick and the A button. But as you can see, it is very fast, and it doesn't allow for many mistakes. You can only get hit twice in a stage, though you can occasionally earn your armor back if you play flawlessly. There are 9 chapters in the game, each of which have a different time signature, so it's always an interesting learning process trying to get into the feel of each chapter, and every chapter feels distinct from one another. I remember I was absolutely dog crap at chapters 6 and 7, but then 8 and 9 felt really natural, and I was able to just dust them off pretty quick. Also, I don't want to spoil anything, but I just want to say the final boss is absolutely killer. It plays with the mechanics in such a cool way. Now, the game is a bit short. I think my first playthrough was about 5 hours. Granted, multiple things. The game is a bit easier if you're just trying to get through the levels, right? It is the walls, the green sticks, and a couple other things that actually kill you. There are many items that you don't have to get all of the time. But if you're trying to play the game as well as possible, then I did put it quite high in my difficulty ranking. Granted, I don't play many rhythm games, but I am a decently accomplished drummer, and this was 5 hours of absolute locked-in gamer mode. I usually had to take a break once every half hour or so because this game just requires such an insanely high degree of focus. That said, if the game is too short for you, there are plenty of modders making custom tracks if you want more. Thumper is a completely unique experience, and it's something that I think everyone should try at least once at some point in their life. Thumper is going into the A tier. And I believe, ladies and germs, that is our list. One last little send-off. Let me pull this over here for a moment. Oh, actually, I don't need to do that. I came prepared. And so, well done, this was great, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad that it was enjoyable. I'm glad this format worked out okay, hopefully. Because by God, editing 5 hours of audio is so tedious. So that is the end of our list, and it's time to give out the last reward, or award, rather. As if it wasn't obvious enough, in 2025, my game of the year is Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. Long may it reign. Dark Souls 2 was a truly life-affirming game for me. It reiterated a lesson that I've learned before, but never truly internalized to such a degree. That lesson is that you can't run from reality forever. And the reality is that life is struggle. It is a universal law. They are inseparable from each other. I'm never going to reach a point where I'm just okay in life. I'm never going to be all right. I'm always going to struggle, whether it's depression, addiction, physical ailments, finances, relationships, or just being far too exposed to information to ever put the cat back in the bag. But that doesn't mean that life is hopeless and we should all just off ourselves. We can find meaning in the struggle itself, not masochistically, but serenely, with acceptance. We can view life as a challenge to be overcome. Hell, make life the enemy, if you want. Slowly, over a long time, things will get easier. Not because life is getting easier, certainly, but because we're getting stronger. Once we've experienced enough pain, not only does life get easier, but people start to make a hell of a lot more sense. That's something that Hellblade taught me, for sure. I still may not like everyone I meet, and, well, I hardly like anyone, but I understand them in a way that I never could have before, and that's a good first step. Life does get easier, not by avoiding it, but by living it. And in that clarity, I might just find something worth sticking around for. I'm still looking for that something, honestly, and it's been slow going, let me tell you. But I'm not giving up yet. As long as I'm alive, as long as I can taste my own blood, I'll keep looking, and I'll keep fighting. And I hope you'll do the same. Happy New Year, everyone. Make it a year worth living. And that's me. So, I'll Unless you guys have any questions or closing thoughts or whatever, I'm gonna get out of here and fucking collapse. Thanks for putting the effort in. I wish it could have been a lot better, but yeah, I got the flu for like 20 days and I just couldn't do anything for such a long time, so that really fucked me off. But yeah, I'm happy that it's done, and I'm happy that I can go back to working on the Half-Life 2 video because I put that on hold to get this done. So editing's for nerds, yeah, fuck it. I might just post the whole thing as a video because that tends to get more traction, but whatever. Donkey Kong 2 placement is still bad. It's right below Panzer Dragoon, man. Panzer Dragoon. That's really, really high. Yeah. I'm incredibly choosy when it comes to my masterpiece tier. I do not let just anything in there. It's not in the S tier. Yeah. Yeah, but it's also not Celeste. And Celeste is the only S tier platformer I've ever played. So until it's better than Celeste, which it won't be because it already came out, then it's gonna be an A tier. But an incredibly high A tier. It's above Batman Arkham. It's above Trials Evolution. It's above No One Lives Forever. Above Silent Hill 1. It's above a lot of stuff. So Inversion higher than Half-Life 2 hurts to see. Inversion is a better executed game than Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 is a failure in almost every respect, be it storytelling, gameplay, aesthetics. Music is good. Music is very good, but a downgrade from the first game. Yeah, Half-Life 2 was one of my... You know what? It was. It was a Mass Effect Andromeda tier disappointment. It's one of the biggest disappointments of my whole gaming career, because I've been waiting so long to play Half-Life 2. They're just the Half-Life games generally. And I'm still excited to play Alex one of these days. I won't pay attention to the story because they can't write for shit. But yeah, it's just, what a disappointment. Yeah. Well, you know what? That's life. We had things that were way higher than I expected them to be this year, like Warrior Within and Demon's Souls. So there you go. We had positive surprises as well in the end. All right. Well, I am, I think, going to head off. About to hit, yep, 5:30. Nice. Oh, let's make it clean. Nice, clean, nice. I just get good recommendations from you. Lots more to try. I try to have good taste. With the Dark Souls games in S tier again, Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die Edition, and Demon's Souls. And